Good. Hi, everyone. Hey, happy Tuesday. Is it Tuesday? It's Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. You made it. You made it through another day. How we feeling? Everybody good? How was the reception last night? Yeah? Okay. I know because some people didn't leave until, I don't know, I'm gonna tell you what time. It wasn't me though, I actually left on time so I could be here on time for you. So welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the first couple of days, and we have another full day of sessions including our in-depth workshops this afternoon. So just remember, as a reminder, please use the CVIN app to get the latest updates, your messages, and ask questions during today's keynote sessions. And don't forget to complete the survey found at the end, at the bottom of the session. Your feedback, it helps DRJ know what type of content and the most relevant and things that are to you, as well as what we should look for in the future. So you can ask questions by going into the schedule, then the specific keynote session, and then scroll down and make sure that you get the session page for the live Q&A to ask your question. And please don't forget to add that section in order to access the Q&A section portion for today's sessions. And tomorrow, there will be an attendance draw at the end of the general session 9. And you'll learn how to enter the drawing during the session. There's 3 passes that will be rewarded, and you will be notified March 27th, okay? Are we ready to begin? Let's begin, all right. So our first session today is OSINT in action, that means building business resiliency through threat intelligence. Our speaker today is Robert Fernandes. He's a passionate cybersecurity professional with over 10 years of experience safeguarding organizations against digital adversaries. As a highly accomplished CISO, Robert will discuss the importance of open source intelligence and building resiliency. Please join me in welcoming Robert to the stage. All right.
Good morning, everybody. So I see everybody's out bright and early today. It was tough after last night. I was hanging out with a few of you at the network reception last night. Had a lot of good conversations with everybody. So a little bit about me. I have about 20 years in technology and cybersecurity. I've been through, a few disaster preparedness incidents and things like that I've worked on. But I have to say, many years ago, I remember reading the Disaster Recovery Journal when I was very green in the industry, and I learned so much from it. So when Bob reached out to me about speaking here, it was an honor and a privilege to be here with everybody. And for the most part, my work, what I do is in cybersecurity, right? So I still deal with disaster recovery from a cybersecurity perspective and a resiliency perspective. But I'm probably nowhere in the weeds like everybody in this audience probably is. So when I was asked to speak here, I'm like, okay, so I'm going to be speaking about resiliency to a bunch of people who know resiliency really well. So that's sort of, it piqued my interest, but that's what made me really want to do it, because I feel like a lot of times in the world that we live in, people work too much in silos. And I'm seeing things, like I said, from a cybersecurity perspective. You guys are seeing a lot of things from a resiliency perspective, a disaster recovery, a business continuity perspective. And the fact that we silo these things makes absolutely no sense to me. And everything is connected, whether you like it or not, right? So obviously what you guys know, the world of resiliency, you know that we have natural threats, we have natural disasters we have to prepare for, we have cyber events that we have to prepare for. Anything can affect the resiliency and the operations of an organization, right? So everything is interconnected, and it should be in the organizations as well. So again, I don't have to tell you guys what business resiliency is. You guys can probably teach me a few things about that. But I'm going to focus a little bit more on the cyber aspect of it. So we all know that ransomware can take down organizations for long periods of time. It's been going on for a while, and it seems to be getting worse as we speak every day. MGM just went through a really big one. They were down for 10 days or more, and it affected all of their systems across all of across the whole country. Clop ransomware has affected over 2,600 organizations and counting. And if you think about those, some of them are probably bigger, some of them are probably smaller, but regardless, it affected their operations and their resiliency. And you know, if you were to go in and take a deep dive into those 2,600 plus organizations, I mean, what would be the cost of all of that, right? I have no idea. I don't even know if anybody's trying to grasp what that is, but that's a huge number of businesses that have gone down, and revenue has gone down as a result. And I'm sure some businesses, probably the smaller ones, are not going to make it as a result of some of these things. Mr. Cooper Mortgage Company had a cyber attack recently, and over 4 million clients couldn't pay their mortgage. And one of the things I think is interesting about some of these ransomware attacks and these cyber attacks is we always hear a lot about the impact on the organization, but it goes a lot deeper than that. There's a lot more people that get impacted as a result of these things. I remember reading about the Mr. Cooper one, and there was one particular woman who was in the process of buying a house, and she was going through the closing process. The money was sent from buyer to seller. The transaction went through okay, but there was no receipt of the transaction because it was right during this event. And I just try to put myself in her shoes and imagine what it might feel like, you know, for $400,000, $500,000, whatever the amount was of money being transferred and not knowing that it got there. So these things really affect a lot more people than just the organizations. Perfect example of that is United Healthcare. And if there's anybody in this room from United Healthcare, I really feel for you. One of the things, from somebody who's worked in cybersecurity for so long, I see when these things happen, there's always blame being thrown at everybody. Most of the time, it's on the lower level people, and the executives get to walk, right? But in a lot of these cases, you know, I really feel for these people, because these people are on the lines and they're fighting for this, and they're making do with what they have available to them. So it's not always their fault when these things happen. But with United Healthcare, I thought it was pretty interesting. It's still going on. They're saying right now that it could take months to recover from this. So again, the topic of this conference is resiliency, and this is obviously a huge hit on their operations. And it's not only a hit on their operations, like I mentioned. I recently saw a news article where the reporter was interviewing a doctor, and none of the claims are going through. So when patients are coming in, the insurance companies aren't paying out the claims because everything is shut down now. So the doctor who runs the practice is actually thinking about remortgaging her home just so she can pay her employees, right? So this affects a lot of people. This specific one is also affecting people prescriptions. They can't get prescriptions filled. There's so many things. And then to top it off, now they're under investigation for potential HIPAA violations and all these other things, right? So it's important to make sure we understand the implications of a lot of these attacks on operations. If only we had a crystal ball, maybe we can mitigate some of these things, or maybe we can prevent them even. And we don't have a crystal ball, but we do have OSINT. And what OSINT stands for is Open Source Intelligence. Just a really quick show of hands. Is anybody familiar with OSINT? Has anybody used it in their practices? Okay, a few people in the back. So Open Source Intelligence is basically, it's a skill. It's a combination of using tools and things that are available to you where you can find information that's publicly available. It's a matter of knowing how to find this information, but it's publicly available. It's available to me, it's available to you, it's available to criminals out there. But OSINT isn't just about the information. It's what you do with the information after you find it. So you might find one data point and it might be meaningless. But then when you find a few other things, now you can start connecting the dots and you can put a picture together. You can understand how this stuff could be used against you. So for the people that are familiar with OSINT, not sure if you've ever seen the book before. It's called Open Source Intel Techniques. It's about the size of a phone book. It's probably the most popular book for anybody who's studied OSINT before. The guy who wrote it, his name is Michael Bazzell. He was former FBI cybercrimes investigator for, I think, over 18 years. He ended up creating a class for teaching people OSINT. I took his class. It was an amazing class. If anybody's interested, I would highly recommend that book and that class. And he also has an exam, a certification with it. And it was one of the best certifications that I've ever taken. The reason why is because it was a real-world exam, a real-world scenario. So what he does is you schedule your time, you schedule the day you want to take it, and the morning of that day, he sends you an email pretending to be a client. And he's a client from a company. He says, hey, I want you to investigate my company for me. I want you to find whatever information you can find about my company. I want you to tell me where our vulnerabilities are, where our weaknesses are, and how can they be used against me. And also do this for 5 of my top executives. So he gives you 10 days to do this. And by the end of the result, I had, it was just under 100 pages, the report that I had. But some of the information that I found was even eye-opening to me, and I was studying it for a while prior to that. And just to put it into context, again, we're looking for information that we find about the organization and about individuals, and then we're creating a story of how this can be used against the organization to bring the organization down. So some of the things I found, for example, were where the CEO's children go to school, right? So for us, that's not a big deal, but for a threat actor, that could be used to blackmail or bribe or do something harmful to the children. I think it was the chief revenue officer, I found his accounts on multiple dating sites. And he's married and has kids. And they were active accounts as well. So this is something that could be used to blackmail an executive. Give him a call, say, hey, if you don't plug this USB drive into your computer next day you go into work, I'm going to let everybody know about what you're doing. So it was a really good experience for me, and it really brought me down this rabbit hole of OSINT. And the point of it is to understand your organization's exposure. And you want to understand the exposure by knowing what's out there and knowing how the criminals are going to use this information against you. And with this knowledge, you could potentially mitigate or even prevent things that might happen in the future, such as ransomware. So what are we looking for some of this external exposure? We all know about leaked credentials, that a website gets hacked, the password and the username gets dumped somewhere, and then all of a sudden now your passwords and your accounts are on the dark web or even the clear web on different forums. A lot of this is because people like to reuse passwords. So they might be using the same password that they use on, I don't know, a motorcycle forum, that they use for their corporate access. So if that motorcycle forum, which of course doesn't have the most security, they get hacked, that user's password is out there, and now a threat actor can then try reusing that person's passwords on their corporate accounts and their email accounts and different things to try to compromise the user that way, to pivot through the environment. Exposed source code is another big thing that we look for with OSINT. So with exposed source code, maybe a company has a proprietary app, and maybe it's client-facing, maybe it's not, but this app could have vulnerabilities in it. And by going through the source code, you can see where the vulnerabilities are, and then you can use that to attack the source code. The other thing that's really popular in exposed source code is that sometimes developers don't use the best security practices either. And one of the things we see a lot is secrets. So passwords that are hard-coded into the code itself. And then just reusing these passwords can get you access into different systems that this API might connect to, or whatever the systems are. So DNS and port services and software. So we can use DNS to enumerate an entire corporation and see their entire public IP space. From there, we can then scan that public IP space, looking for ports and services and software. What ports are open? What ports are available? What software does this organization use? Knowing what software an organization uses, and this is another thing that you can find using OSINT when you look at job postings, when they're looking for developers that are using a specific platform that they want you to know. All of these things are great information for a criminal. Because now they know what software you're using. Now they can mount maybe a social engineering attack and call your people and say, hey, I'm calling from Salesforce. Another thing with the software is a lot of these softwares that are running on these ports and services, they have vulnerabilities. So if you're not actively scanning for these vulnerabilities, they are. And then they can attack you and get into your environment and distribute that malware and bring you down. The other thing we look for is communications. So if you're a government entity or if you're a publicly traded company, maybe you did something recently that made some people mad. Now you have these hacktivists that are coming at you. So now they start talking about you on these dark web channels and these criminal forums. So they might be mounting an attack. So if you can see that information before it happens, it gives you better ability to respond later. And infected devices, this is one of the things that was one of the eye-openers for me as well, is that from a cybersecurity practitioner perspective like myself, we manage our devices. We lock them down. You know, we make sure that it's locked down as best we can so that, you know, obviously the business could still function. We put our EDR, our detection tools, our monitoring tools. We have whitelisted apps that are only allowed on these things. But the problem is that not everybody uses these. And especially when it comes to cost factors and things like that, you might have work from home employees, you might have bring your own device, you might have contractors that are working in foreign companies, and a lot of companies are not sending these people laptops to work on. They're working on their own laptops. So you don't have any control over these devices. You don't know if they've been patched. You don't know if they've been updated. They could be vulnerable devices. And you don't know the behaviors of the users when they're at home. They could be downloading content that could jeopardize the organization. But when you find exposure using OSINT, you can actually find some devices that have been infected. And it'll actually point you to the specific user and the specific device that was, in fact, infected. I found this for numerous third-party vendors of ours. So I'm constantly scouring for our organization, not just our information, but vendors that we work with. And I've found our information that was on the internet because of a third-party vendor that wasn't doing the most secure practices or something like that, and they got infected. And then, so I would reach out to these third-party vendors, and they're happy because I'm basically doing the work for them, letting them know that they're, you know, hey, your guy just got infected out there, you might want to do something. And then we look, these are the places we look for this exposure. So again, I mentioned criminal forums and marketplaces. Telegram communications is a really big area to look for criminal activity. Paste and dump sites, so just publicly facing right on the clear web. And some of these are clear web and some of these are dark web, right? So it's a combination of everything here. Public internet scans, I mentioned about looking for ports and software and things like that. Misconfigured buckets is huge today. We rely so much on the cloud nowadays that there's developers out there that are spinning up these apps in the cloud. They're connected to these data buckets in the background, which AWS, Azure, things like that. And it's not malicious, it's just a misconfiguration. They just forget to check the box and this bucket is now public. So you can search for these you can search using your company as a keyword or different other identifiers that you might want to put in, and it'll scour all of these buckets on the internet to see if your stuff is in any of them. So, and again, it might not be your organization, it could be your vendors that you work with that have information, and then that information could be used against you. And Stealer logs. This is probably one of the most underrated threats that I've been seeing a lot of nowadays. So what is a Stealer log? So a Stealer log is the result of Stealer malware. So what Stealer malware is, it sounds exactly like what it is. It infects a user's device and then it downloads and packages up a bunch of information in RAR files or zip files, and it sends it out to a command and control server somewhere that the threat actor has access to, and then can download this from multiple victim sources. So some of the most popular ones are Raccoon, Redline, Titan. I tend to see Raccoon and Redline more often than the rest. But these have been around for a while, but there's a huge uptick. And the reason why there's an uptick is because now we're seeing so much more malware as a service. So everybody's probably familiar with software as a service. So with malware, we had these criminal enterprises, criminal organizations, we had these threat actors that would go out and they would develop this malware, and then they would create this distribution channel where they would distribute it through either social engineering, like phishing, things like that. Or they would package up, I'm sure people remember the days where everybody used to download stuff from Pirate Bay. There was the movies, you can get the pirated movies for free and pirated software and things like that. Well, that still happens today. And that's what these malware companies were doing, but then they realized that that's just too much work. And they found out that there was a better way to make profit. And what they started doing was creating malware as a service. So nowadays, it doesn't even require a skilled threat actor. It requires anybody with just the intention to do it, no technical skill whatsoever. You can sign up for a malware as a service platform, just like you could go and sign up for Google or Facebook. And when you go in there, it gives you the tools you need, and you just say what you want it to do and where you want it to be distributed and how. So now, that's why we're seeing so much more of it, because now it's accessible by anybody. It's just somebody that wants to, just for profit. And as I mentioned, it exfiltrates data from a victim's computer, and it's usually done through phishing, fake software, Trojanized downloads, things like that. And these are what stealer logs are generally collecting. Now, the threat actor can change and decide what they want to grab from the victims, but this is generally what we see with stealer logs. Autofills. And I'll talk a little bit more about autofills. Autofills are when you go to a form on Google, Chrome, or Firefox, and you put in your name, address, phone number. Sometimes it stores your credit card for you to autofill that too. Stealer logs will take those. If you're storing anything at all in your browser, none of it is safe. So that's what you're grabbing with the autofills. Cookies. It's stealing your cookies right from your browser. So every time you visit a website, you're accepting these cookies. Now we're more aware of it than we were in the past, because you have to click accept on all these sites now because of GDPR. But it steals your cookies as well. It also takes a screenshot. And the screenshot part is actually kind of interesting, because most of the time it's only one screenshot. And it installs a screenshot in some time frame shortly after infection. And that's it. But the reason why that gives you up a whole boatload of information is because of what you see in the screenshot. So a lot of times you're able to tell what specific software the user downloaded that gave them this infection. Or there's other things. So for example, this stealer malware is it's able to bypass a lot of security tools. And one of the screenshots that I've seen quite often in multiple different cases of these logs from different victims is their Windows Defender screen is up when the screenshot is taken. And the Windows Defender screen is saying a threat was blocked, a threat was blocked, a threat was blocked, a threat was blocked. But here, in fact, I have all of their files that I'm looking at in front of me. So it wasn't, in fact, blocked. So the user has this false sense of security thinking that this was, in fact, blocked, when, in fact, it wasn't. And then what the stealer log does is it gathers all this information as stealthy and quickly as possible, packages it up, sends it off, and then it removes the infection right off of your device. So the user will never even know that they've been infected. But what it also grabs is user and computer info. So your computer has a footprint, your browser has a footprint, things like that, right? What version of Chrome you're using, things like that. And this becomes important later, and I'll mention that in a few minutes. I mentioned the autofills is also containing credit cards. and then your computer files. So the threat actor can pick which files he wants to steal from the victim. It usually ends up being the documents directory and the downloads directory. So it'll just dump every single file that's in your downloads and in your documents, and it'll package all this up and send it off to the threat actor. So when you see that alert coming up saying, do you want Chrome to remember this password? You never click yes on that, right? Always use a third-party trusted password manager because these are easily stolen by these stealer logs. It's just not good security practice. It mentioned the autofill forms, credit cards, names, addresses. Now this is the part where the cookies come into play. Remember I mentioned it can steal your passwords. It can steal your footprint of your device and of your browser. It can steal your cookies. Now, you know when you go into a site and you log in and you put in your username and your credentials and you have to do the MFA thing, whether it's going through a text or an app or something like that. And then there's a checkbox that says, do you want us to remember this site? Do you want me to save your login? So now you don't have to use MFA every single time you log in. That creates a persistent cookie, which allows you to log in without having to do MFA all the time. Because let's face it, if anybody has dealt with working with end users, they get really frustrated when they have to keep doing this MFA thing all the time. So we extend it longer and longer and longer. Some places might set this extension for a day or a week or a month or unlimited amounts of times. I've seen organizations do it for an unlimited amount of time where you log in once on this device and now it's a trusted device and you never have to MFA again, right? So these info stealers will steal those persistent cookies, which a threat actor can then take those persistent cookies. And again, this depends on the way it's configured and what services we're talking about. But you can reuse these persistent cookies and log in as the user and bypass MFA. So while there's a lot of talk about how MFA is important, and it is extremely important, it should be turned on for absolutely everything. But it's not a fail-safe. There's risks to everything we do in the world, and there's risks to MFA too, and this is one of them. So by having these cookies, the threat actor can then log into your instance. It could be your Gmail account, it could be a corporate account, it could be anything. And that's what I want to get into a little bit more, is about the corporate access. So there's a company called Flare. Their website is flare.io, and they have a tool that what you do is you go in and you put in what you want to search the dark web and the clear web for, and it looks at all those places that I mentioned earlier. It looks at the criminal forums, it looks at the dark web, it looks at the clear web, it looks at paste bins, it looks for misconfigured buckets, it even looks for impersonation websites. So if a threat actor is trying to impersonate your company and send them to like a fake company phishing page to put in credentials, it'll find these things and they'll take it down for you and everything. But this company, what they did was they did a study about this. And they analyzed over 19 million stealer logs, which by no means is an exhaustive list. Out of those 19 million, more than 376,000 contained access for business applications such as Salesforce, AWS, Okta, and DocuSign. So if you think about if a threat actor can get into these services mentioned here, Salesforce, AWS, Okta's SSO, single sign-on. So if they can get into your corporate Okta, and if you use Okta as a single sign-on method, now they can have potentially access into all of your applications, whether it's cloud or on-premise, because that's the way Okta works. So once they can reuse these cookies to get into your Okta, to bypass the MFA, but you're secure, right? Because you got MFA. Not anymore. So now they get into your Okta, they get into your apps through that, and they have access to all of your corporate information. And if this person happens to be an admin, forget it. Almost half of these logs contained access to Gmail credentials, and most of these corporate logs are found on Russian marketplaces and VIP Telegram groups. And the reason why we're seeing a lot of this, and I touched on it earlier, is we have more work from home employees now. And we have more developers that are being outsourced overseas. There's so many areas where people are using devices that are not corporate owned, corporate trusted, protected, monitored devices. So you're gonna, as long as we have that environment, and we're going to, because it's a cost thing. It ends up being a cost thing. We can't afford to distribute company-managed, company-issued devices to every employee, every contractor, every who knows what. But and then you have to worry about your third parties as well. Are they providing secured desks? I know a lot of large companies that work with very small companies as their vendors. Could be an accounting firm, it could be something. If you think these little small shops have security on their devices or their networks, forget about it. It's hard enough to get the big corporations to do it. And they got the deep pockets. But these things could give access to your CRM, your RDP, your remote desktop, to remotely control users' machines in your environment. VPN, SSO. So with these Stealer logs, you can get access potentially to all of these things within your organization. A good example was recently Orange Spain. So Orange Spain is a mobile network operator, and the dates here are kind of important to pay attention to. So January 3rd of this year, there was an outage. The outage caused 50% loss in traffic in their networks. The threat actor was very vocal and public about this hack on Twitter. And the threat actor said that they compromised the admin account using admin credentials that were acquired using Stealer malware. Now, the email of that admin account that was compromised was traced back to the computer of an Orange Spain employee who was infected with Raccoon Stealer malware on September 4th, 2023. So, an admin was infected September 4th, 23. Threat actors used this in January of 24 to bring down 50% of their services, of their operations. So they had 4 months to find and detect this, from the initial infection to the time it caused the outage. So I think this serves to just reveal the highlight of knowing what's out there, to be more proactive about making sure that these things don't happen in the first place. So I would be a really bad cybersecurity practitioner if I didn't talk about what we could do to prevent these sorts of things. So obviously, strong passwords, always a thing. In our industry, we are starting to go more we're starting to go passwordless. So I don't know if anybody here is using anything passwordless, because passwords are just by default, they're just vulnerable. People forget them, they could be left around, they could be stolen in data breaches. So a lot of ways we're going is passwordless. And with passwordless, the way that we're dealing with passwordless is either using biometrics. So you still need the MFA, multi-factor authentication. So instead of going to a site or a portal and logging in with your username and password, what we do is you put in your username or your email address, and you have the app associated with your phone that's already a trusted device. It has a certificate on it. So now your phone is a trusted device, and it'll send you a notification prompt saying, did you try to sign in? You say, yes, it's me. That's one factor. The next factor is, okay, now we're going to authenticate you as well with your biometrics to make sure that somebody didn't steal your phone and say, yes, it's me, right? So then you would use a thumbprint or facial recognition or something like that. But no passwords involved whatsoever in this. And it's not that difficult nowadays to implement these on environments. But if you're an end user, you have no control over what passwordless versus password if your organization is using it. So if you are using passwords, obviously, I recommend 16 characters or more. And there's reasons behind that I don't have time to get into. But strong passwords, and make sure you don't reuse passwords. So if you're using a good password manager, you should never have a password that's used more than once. That's the golden rule. Because again, if you have a password that's used across multiple sites, all it takes is one of those sites to get compromised, and now they have all of your passwords for all of the other sites where you use that. So you want to have it. So I have one really big, long passphrase that I use for Bitwarden. So I use Bitwarden as my password manager, and I use a passphrase. And what I recommend that people do is don't think of it as a password anymore, where you have to do these crazy uppercase, lowercase, special characters. Nobody remembers that stuff, and that's the problem. Then they write it down, or that's why it gets hacked. And they try to make it as easy as possible. Every time they have to change it, they just add another number to or change a character. So it's always the same password, give or take, the threshold of one character, right? So that's always bad practice as well. So organizations that are still requiring these constant updates of passwords, that's no longer recommended. And think of it as a passphrase. And if you do this using your password manager as your main point, you want to have your password manager using a passphrase and MFA enabled. And for your password, make it a passphrase. I choose sometimes a sentence out of a book, or a line from a song that you love. You're never going to forget that entire line. Could be a quote from a movie, one of your favorite actors. And when you're creating this password, make sure to use the spaces inside. You're going to write it like a normal sentence. It's not going to be different than a normal sentence. If you want to, you could add some extra special characters at the end, and this way you throw some additional complexity. But length of the password is more important than a short one that's very complex, right? So always think of it that way. So some of my passwords are 30 characters long, and people are like, wait, how could that possibly be? But it's a sentence. I'm never going to forget it. Right? And then within the password manager, all of the passwords that I have for every single site are going to be unique, and it's going to be created by the password manager, not by me. I don't know any of my passwords. Now, I know I'm working with, disaster recovery and business resilience people here, and I know you're going to say, single point of failure. What happens if you get locked out of that, or if that gets hacked, right? That is a risk you always have to take into consideration. And you always have to have a backup plan to that, right? So there's not a lot you could do about that, to be honest with you. But LastPass recently had a data breach. So I don't look at companies, and I don't judge them based on their data breaches. I judge them based on how they respond to their data breaches. Did they learn from it, right? We all know about lessons learned, right? So how did you respond to your data breach, right? So I look for the most legitimate, the ones that take security most seriously, things like that. But if you lose access to it, I'm not too concerned about that, because you could always do a forgot password for the specific service that you need to, right? So I'm not worried about it. I mean, obviously it's going to be a time-consuming pain in the you-know-what, but it's something there is a solution for that, right? So I mentioned too, for administrators, make sure that these sessions are not too long, right? So that a user has to re-authenticate. Maybe it's once a day, right? When they come into work every morning, they know they have to log in, MFA, now they're in. But it shouldn't be infinite. It shouldn't be, a month, right? That's too long. That gives the threat actor too much time to reuse those cookies and get into your account. I mentioned earlier about device management, which is a problem now because of contractors, work from home, bring your own device sort of policies. Obviously, in the perfect world, security in your organization is going to be managing every user's device, right? But with vendors, contractors, that's not always possible. But what you could try to do to maybe mitigate that is create policies, ensuring that these users that are accessing your systems are doing just that. And then have some sort of a gateway in front of your applications that they're logging into that's going to do a check on their device first to make sure that they're meeting all of this criteria. Patch management, people in IT and security talk about this all the time. When you get those security updates, make sure they're up to date. That will help mitigate some of these issues. It might not always prevent, but obviously in the cybersecurity world, we want to make sure that even if you are infected, that it doesn't cause too much damage, right? So we want to always minimize the scope of the damage that's done by the threat actor. So all of these things are, nothing is 100%, right? There is no 100% security ever. Zero trust architecture is where the world is going right now. So zero trust is microsegmentation. Every single transaction, every single, you want to download a file, you want to edit a file, it's always being analyzed by virtual firewalls that are sitting in front of applications and things like that. It's making sure policies are dynamic. So Joe doesn't always have access to this under no other circumstances, right? There's conditional access, there's conditional requirements that need to be put in place because, yes, this might be Joe and this might be Joe's laptop, but is it really Joe? Or did Joe's computer just become infected with some of this Stealer malware? So by using zero trust, it's constantly reevaluating policies, constantly reevaluating access, and it doesn't just grant broad access to anything. I could do a whole talk on zero trust, so if anybody has questions about that, just let me know. And cyber insurance. Do you know what's in your policy? Do you know what it covers? Do you know if they have any response? Have you talked to your insurance providers? And a lot of people think, security is, on the right side of the boom, right? We need to be on the left. We need to be having conversations with them from day one, understanding what could we be doing better as an organization? How can we be better to make sure, and I'll tell you what, there's cybersecurity professionals out there, but you can ask questions about current active threats and controls. The best person to speak to is somebody that works in cyber insurance because they're the ones that have to pay out the policies. So it's in their best interest to know why people are being attacked, why companies are not being attacked, what are they doing right? And then if you can go to them and say, show me that information, and that'll help me be better and make my organization be better. So having those conversations and relationships with the insurance carriers, but make sure you find a good one that really understands cyber insurance because not a lot of them do. There are a few out there that really know cyber insurance well. And having those conversations before the incident happens is where you want to start reaching out to them. So going back to the OSINT, here's some of the tools that I use regularly. Gray Hat Warfare. You can go on, they have a free plan and a paid plan. And this is the one I mentioned earlier about searching for misconfigured buckets. So you go in there, you put your company name, you could put your domain name in there, you could put IP addresses in there, you could put any sort of information of assets that you might be looking for to want to see if it's out there, and it's going to look for that. It's going to scan across all Azure buckets, AWS, Google, and it just goes through all, and it looks for any public information. It's like the Google of public buckets, right? So you might find some things. So a lot of what we see in these buckets too are images for websites, right? Because we need the images need to load quickly, they need to be readily available. So you might have your website hosted on this server over here, talking to this bucket over there where the images are. So you might see your information there. You might see some benign PDFs or documents out there for your organization. But what you're really looking for is stuff that could be damaging. And don't think of damaging just as passwords or credentials or things like that. Think of damaging as how can a threat actor use this information about me? So it could be some filing that your company just put out there, and now they can say, okay, I'm going to use this as a pretext to social engineer this company and call because I see that they're having a conference in Orlando, and I'm going to call them up about this. I'm going to pretend I'm calling up from the hotel to say that their bill is past due, right? Maybe I can trick the accounting department into wiring me a check or something like that. So look at things from that perspective as well. Dehashed is another good website for looking for credential leaks. And it's an eye-opener to a lot of employees when I go on a site like Dehashed and I find an employee's password in clear text. It's not even, marked, it's not even hashed, like nothing. It's just clear text password. And I'll write it on a piece of paper, I'll walk over to them, does it look familiar to you? And they'll look at it, they'll turn white. Oh my God, I use that password for everything. I use it for my bank account, I use it for everything. I'm like, that's what you're not supposed to do. But it's a great learning experience, and then I guarantee you that person is never gonna do that again. IntelX.io also is really good for credential leaks, data leaks, and Stealer logs. And I mentioned Flare. That does all of the stuff that the ones above it do. This is a paid product, but they do it really well and they automate it. That's the one thing they do. They automate it, and they also connect into your ticketing systems and into your SIMs and things like that, so you can get instant real-time alerts when these things are found. So going back to the Orange Spain example that I mentioned earlier, time is of the essence. We all know that in the world that we live in. So making sure that this information gets out there sooner rather than later gives the organization more time to respond. So now we're not dealing with an incident. Now we're not implementing our disaster recovery and business continuity. Now instead we're preventing it. So I mentioned earlier about the silos and things like that. And in regards to cybersecurity, business continuity, resiliency, we all have the same goals in mind. We all want the best. We're working on the best interest for our organization. And when we do that, it's really important for us to collaborate with each other. And we need to break through some of those silos. And that's really why I wanted to kind of bring this, like I said, I feel like I don't have much to teach anybody in this room about business continuity planning and disaster recovery planning. But if I could bring one thing to you, it's making sure that we talk on the same page, that we understand each other, because we have the same goals in mind. And we need to work together on these things. And when you guys are writing up your disaster recovery plans, you should be talking with the CISOs and the security teams and the tech people to see, hey, what are you guys seeing? What should we be concerned about? Implement them into your tabletop exercises. Implement them into your disaster recovery planning. Test these things. Go through these things. Do some lessons learned with them. We're all on the same team, and we need to be on the same team, and we can't do that if we're all separated. So that's the really the important aspect of this. So understanding these things can help you prevent getting to that point where you're turning up that plan, right? Maybe we can stop that before we even get there if we all work together. So again, you want to automate this to make it, more real time. You don't want to have to see this 4 months after you already had an event and then say, oh wow, we could have stopped this over here. So you want to make sure you automate that into your SIM tools, Slack team, ticketing systems, and test. That's all I have. That is my LinkedIn account. If anybody wants to connect with me, please feel free. Any questions? We do have about 15 minutes left. I believe we are using the app for questions. So if you want to put any questions in the app, just feel free to do so. So one question is up here, do you conduct joint cyber tabletop exercises with your third parties? Yes, absolutely. Based on criticality, how critical each third party is, we obviously have a comprehensive third-party risk management program in place where these things are, again, you don't want to wait until you're struggling with something to try to figure things out, right? Sure, that's what lessons learned are for, but hopefully if you do enough preparation, you can knock most of these things out ahead of time. And so we have a robust third-party third-party vendor program, and we've categorized our third parties based on how critical they are, and we use, it's a simple approach, but we use what data do they have access to, what data do they store, what services do they provide that we require? So when you're looking at this sort of scenario with malware and things like that, that's what you need to take into consideration as well. How many of these third parties can be hit with this sort of things? Because this is what, from my perspective, we're seeing far too often. But yeah, I definitely would include anybody that is critical to your operations should participate at one point or another in your tabletop exercises. So we have our incident response team that obviously participates. We have our disaster recovery people that are participating. I include the executives. I include obviously our communications, right? A huge aspect. And you know, I'm trying to think who else it might be. Definitely vendors, critical vendors, anybody that we need to incorporate into this. How vulnerable are our phones for authentication? For authentication, I'm wondering if that's going back to the MFA question. I'm trying to understand some context on that, but everything is vulnerable, right? So I mean, there is no two ways about it. It's, you know, there's the old you know, argument of Mac versus Windows, Android versus iPhone, things like that, right? Everybody's vulnerable. Everybody's vulnerable. Everybody has vulnerabilities. Some you know about, some you don't know about, but it's as secure as anything else is. The point is you want to have defense in depth, and you want to have a layered approach, so you're never relying on one thing for security. So that's kind of what it is with everything. Another question, are malware as a service sites legal? No, they are not. So those sites you will only usually find on the dark web. And there's just been a few really big arrests in some of those. And as you can imagine, just like, you know, the old days with, you know, Pablo Escobar and you know, the drug lords and things like that, they take one down and 20 more pop up. So that's the way this world works. If you think about it, you know, you have to understand the dynamics of how that works, right? If you have a big criminal organization that's controlling these things, there's a lot of people that are working for that organization. Just because you cut the head off doesn't mean it's going to die, right? So then those other ones are going to come up and start springing up into their own offshoots. So sometimes it actually even makes matters worse, because now you had one target, now you have many, right? So that's the issue with malware as a service. The dark web, you know, it's a scary place. There's a lot of legitimate stuff on the dark web. There really is. There's a lot of whistleblower sites and things for, you know, anonymity and stuff like that. But there's also a lot of very scary things. If you've ever been on the dark web, you know, there's some ugly things out there, and that's why some of these tools like gray hat warfare, Intel X, and Flare are really good tools, because you don't have to see all the ugly stuff. It's only looking for what you want to look for. Is it more important to have cyber insurance or a third-party specialist in cyber like Mandiant, already contracted to assist in preventative measures and recovery at time of incident? Great question. And so really the question here is, right, so cyber insurance often provides you with incident response and forensic services as part of the policy, or at least a certain limit of that. And it's important to talk to your cyber carrier to see what they provide, and a lot of them will only work with certain companies. So Mandiant is a very well-known company, so you know, they're more than likely on the list of approved vendors for incident response and forensics. But I would say that, you know, it's important to reach out to your insurance carrier, make sure that, you know, you're asking those questions again before the incident happens, so you know what to do. And then when you do know, if your insurance carrier is providing you with incident response service, some of them provide their own, and they usually go through a third party themselves, but they'll provide it to you through them. Or if you do contract ahead of time, put a Mandiant or somebody, a Rapid7 or somebody on a retainer, you could do that as well. But include them into your tabletop exercises as well. Include them into your disaster recovery plans, and make sure that they're part of the conversation. What do you need from us? Because a lot of times I see companies that have these policies in place and have these retainers in place with the insurance companies, but the insurance company never gave them a checklist. Let me see all these things. What are we going to respond to? Like, you don't want to be dealing with, okay, now give me your network. Now that you're under a ransomware attack, Now give me your network map and give me all these things. And no, this should be done ahead of time, right? So making sure that these things are planned out ahead of time with your insurance company, with your third-party retainer for incident response. Make sure you're having these conversations with them ahead of time so that you're not, struggling trying to figure out and you're already going to be, strapped with resources. So you don't want to do that at the time of an event. How do you break down the walls with IT when they feel this is their domain, stay out? Yeah, 100%. And that can be said for anybody. Security is the same, my field. Executives are some of the hardest people sometimes to break out of their norms and out of their what they believe. They're set in their ways. They're successful people, a lot of them. So you can't tell them what's better for them. Right, so that's a hard sell, right? So I always try my best to, I always say, I'm the carrot, not the stick guy, right? Like, there's a lot of compliance requirements in security and things like that, but I don't like to lead with that, right? I like to follow with that, but I don't like to lead with that. I like to lead with education, like exactly what I'm doing here right now. I like to talk to people. I like to explain to people. It's not good enough to say, hey, we need to talk. Right? It's good to bring them an example of why we need to talk and explain to them, you see this is what this is going to cost you. And honestly, that's probably the job of a CISO. A CISO should be breaking those barriers. But if you're some other leader, whether you're in disaster recovery, wherever you are, if you're a leader in the organization, don't keep your mouth shut just because somebody else that you think should be doing it should. Right? Open your mouth, create those pathways, say, I want to make sure that we're able to decide this is the best interest of the organization that we do this. Let's do this. And show examples, show the costs that could be saved. I mean, look at that orange, if that was caught early, it potentially could have been stopped, right? There's no guarantee that it could have been stopped, but potentially. So if you see that, if Orange Spain would have seen that information back in, September. So if they would have seen that information back in September, they would have seen that one of their employees' accounts was compromised, who happens to be an admin. So what are you going to do? You're going to have the IT people come in, and they're going to say, all right, let's shut down these accounts. Let's disable this user access immediately. Let's go in and use some forensic tools and look to see if anybody already did access this, because the information's out there. So how far did they get if they got in, right? What actions could we take now that could have prevented that outage, right? So your responsibility is resiliency, business continuity. So I feel the same way as a CISO. My responsibility is security. But I can only do my job as much as leadership allows me to do, right? Because if I have poor leadership that's not treating people properly or treating employees properly, now I have disgruntled employees, now that leadership is a vulnerability to me. They are a threat to me because they're creating an environment where people are disgruntled, and now they may be either mishandling their job, they might not be taking their job seriously, they might be disgruntled, right? So all of us, you're in it for disaster recovery. You can only do your job if everybody else is working with you to help you get there, right? So it's always a team effort, right? And I think having those conversations through education is a really, really big point. Are endpoint protection suites like CrowdStrike or Arctic Wolf still relevant in protecting users' computers? Yes. And even they are shifting their methodology. So for example, CrowdStrike, Arctic Wolf. So CrowdStrike is more of the managed detection and response than Arctic Wolf is. Arctic Wolf is, they provide sort of security operations center, SOC, as a service. So for example, you can use CrowdStrike and Arctic Wolf together, for example. So CrowdStrike will do the endpoint detection and send the logs over to the SIM that Arctic Wolf is managing for you. And those people are also just as important to have included in your tabletop exercises as well. What OSINT tools do you recommend for us non-IT folks? I've heard of Shodan, but what do you suggest? So Shodan is a good tool. Honestly, I would recommend the ones that I mentioned earlier. And if anybody needs to see that slide again, I don't know if we can put it up later, but I can give you the links if you don't have them. Or like I said, reach out to me via LinkedIn. But Shodan is, you have to know what you're looking for and how to look for it. There's certain search queries, things like that. But like Flare, for example, I mentioned Flare earlier. That also searches Shodan. So Flare is more of like an aggregator, if you think of it that way. It searches gray hat buckets, it searches Shodan, it searches all of these Intel X, it searches all of those things. Dark web, clear web. So I would recommend looking into something like a Flare or something like that. You do not need to be technical. You put in what you want to search for, company names, IP addresses, domains, email addresses, things like that. And then it will just automatically search for you and send you an alert whenever it finds anything. I think I'm done here, running out of time. So I want to thank everybody for being patient with me. I know that this might not be in your wheelhouse, but like I said, if you have any questions after this, feel free to reach out to me. Like I said, I consider myself an educator, and I want to help you get better, and you guys can help me get better, and that's how we all work together. So thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So the thing I learned today is that I'm changing all my passwords to Beyonce lyrics. So just so you know, that's what I'm using. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Robert. One more hand for Robert. All right, again, so don't forget to complete the survey. We are taking a short coffee break, so we'll have coffee right outside outside of this foyer. We will be back here for our next session in 10 minutes, so I'll see you then. Thank you. Places everyone smiles, smiles. I feel like I'm on the Love Boat or something, or Fantasy Island. I know I'm dating myself again. All right, so our next session is resilience, cyber resilience versus cybersecurity, navigating the digital battlefield. And our moderator today is my friend, Nicole Scott. So a little bit about Nicole. Nicole is CEO of Divine Direction, LLC. Recently, she was the Global Senior Business Continuity Specialist, where she was responsible for developing and managing a mature and holistic business continuity management program in the Cloud Services Division, overseeing more than 30 departments, critical operations globally in 17 countries. Nicole established Divine Direction LLC in response to requests for assistance in developing business strategies and capabilities in risk management, business continuity, disaster recovery, project and program management, and change management. Over the past 15 years, she has designed and managed programs for PNC Bank, NASA, U.S. Office of the Secretary of Defense, U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, and Microsoft. She is passionate about helping and improving organizations by developing effective business strategies and creating efficient governance frameworks. She is actively in the BC community and is one of the DRJ editorial advisory board members, which I'm also a member. Please help me welcome Nicole Scott and the panelists.
Good morning, everyone. Has everyone had their coffee? First and second cup? Perfect, perfect, perfect. All right, thank you so much, Lisa. How's everyone doing? Enjoying the conference so far? Getting a lot of good tidbits? Awesome. All right, Bob, did you hear that? Perfect. So before we get started, a little bit of housekeeping. We want to get to know our audience so we know how to cater our conversation. We're a lot of tech heads up here, so we want to make sure that we're not going above and make sure our conversation goes well with you guys. So we do have a few poll questions that we want you guys to answer for us. So if you can go into the C-Event app, the team back there is going to post those poll questions. So while I do introductions, you guys go in and answer those polls for us, okay? All right, so again, while I start to introduce our distinguished panel that I've gotten to know very well over the past couple of months. First in line is Lynn, and I'm from the South, so I'm probably gonna butcher names, but they told me they will, give me some grace. Lynn Guddemi,
Yep.
All right. So Lynn is currently the Managing Director of Ken Drill's Client Advisory Service. He has over 30 years of experience in business continuity, cyber resiliency, operations, and sales. A result-oriented leader with strong focus on creating high-performance teams that deliver business outcomes to their customers. Over his career, Lynn has managed over 300 IT professionals and has a deep understanding of cyber resiliency and industry. In his personal time, he enjoys exercising, playing golf, which I do too, spending time with his wife and his 3 beautiful children. So everybody welcome Lynn. Next to Lynn, thank you. Next to Lynn, we have Cathy Myron. Now, Cathy is a data protection and cybersecurity expert and the CEO of eSilo. She's a speaker, trainer, certified small business mentor, and works with regulated entities and high-growth companies to prepare for cyber attacks and other IT mishaps. Before eSilo, Cathy spent 15 years at General Electric, where she was a corporate chief technology officer and also global head of IT audit for the financial services arm, the GE Capital. Outside of work, Cathy is active in the South Florida business community and volunteers as a mentor for SCORE. She also serves as the board of directors for South Florida Tech Hub and the technical advisory committee for the 10th largest school district in the country. Next to Cathy, we have Prateek. Welcome, Cathy, sorry. And last on the end here, we have my friend Prateek Agrawal. Prateek is the head of technology resiliency at Centene Corporation. He has designed and operationalized sustainable process, managed risk ranging from business continuity and resiliency, cybersecurity, third party to privacy and data protection at Citi, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of Montreal, and USAA. He has successfully managed major natural disasters, cyber, data, and supply chain incidents globally. He is a cybersecurity board member at Safe House Initiative and executive advisor at White Toque. And he was previously a board member of the Sheltered Harbor and actively engaged with industry associations such as SIFMA and FSISAC Resiliency Committee. So let's welcome my panel. Thank you. All right, so again, I'm grateful to have you guys join me. We've had many discussions about cyber. We're gonna try to not go too far down the rabbit hole with you guys today. But before we jump in, let's look at our poll results. So the first question we asked are you currently involved in your organization's cyber defense or cybersecurity teams? And this is a good split. Okay, this is gonna help out a lot with our conversation. So it looks like we're half and half. So some of you guys are in and some of you guys are not. So that's good to know. And then the second poll question we ask is, what industry do you guys work in? So we put a couple of options: finance, government, tech, manufacturing, healthcare, education, and others. So let's see what those poll results show. We'll give it a couple of seconds. Gotta love technology. Anybody cue the Jeopardy music? All right, there we go. Oh, okay, I did get a glimpse. So I saw financial was the major. So it looks like the majority of you guys are in finance, which is kind of puts me and my heart and my pocketbook makes me feel a little good about that.
Finance is 41.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So finance was 41%. I couldn't catch the rest of
There
them.
it is.
Okay, 5% government. Okay. All right.
We've been hacked.
We've been
We
hacked.
have
Hey,
been hacked.
while
Yeah,
we
that's
talk
awesome.
about cybersecurity, we've been compromised. All right, so, but we're all business continuity people, so we're gonna adapt and overcome and move on. All right, so that's good to know that we have a lot of finance people here, a few government. Okay, we have 12% tech, and then the other. Okay, so that's interesting. All right, so let's jump right in. Cyber resiliency versus cybersecurity. So when I'm asked this question, I'm a very visual person, and depending on who I speak to, you know, I have to cater my definition. So when I think about it on a remedial level, I think of a gated community. So we're in the US, where there's a lot of gated communities in our country. The builders that design the neighborhood and structure and development and governance around those communities and how it's built, the gate locations, the entry points, where the cameras should be set up, how far the houses should be apart, home access points, all of that information is what I consider to be cyber resiliency. So sometimes there are multiple gates in these communities. You'll have a south side, a west side, an east side. Sometimes if it's a golfing community, those will be sectioned off separately. So that infrastructure, all those mini sections and all those different access points, and the neighborhoods and the homeowners, those multiple gate checks and access points, that's the kind of framework and design and layout and governance and infrastructure that I think of when I'm thinking of cyber resiliency. Now, cybersecurity is what I consider the monitoring and the managing of that ecosystem, right? So the gate guards, the cameras, the tripwires, the lasers, the security dogs. I don't know what people have in their gated communities. I don't live in one, but I just assume there are lasers and tripwires and stuff to keep unwelcome guests out. That would be the cybersecurity part of it. It's the managing, making sure that no unauthorized personnel can get into that neighborhood. So again, it's a holistic infrastructure framework and governance of the ecosystem. That's cyber resiliency, and the managing and monitoring and taking care of it is in my opinion, is cybersecurity. So now that I've given you my elementary school level of cybersecurity versus cyber resiliency, I'm gonna ask the experts here who do this every day, all day, how would you guys explain the difference between cyber resiliency and cybersecurity? So Lynn, let's go with you first.
Sure, so Nicole, I think it's a great question. And I think if you polled everybody in this room, you'd probably get 300 different answers. Yes. And I think you'll get some different answers up here. We may say the same thing, but using different taxonomy. Mm-hmm. So I'll give my definition of both, and I'll give a simplistic definition, and I'll give a little bit more context. So My definition comes around the NIST framework. So if anybody knows what NIST is, it's the National Institute of Standards and Technology. You know, if you don't know it, Google it. But there's 5 pillars within NIST: identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. So when I think of cybersecurity, I think of cybersecurity as left of the boom, boom being the event, and cyber resiliency is right of the boom, respond and recover. But they add a little bit more context. So cybersecurity encompasses a set of strategies, technologies, and policies to mitigate threats. Cybersecurity is about building walls, high, deep, and wide. And the most important thing is to protect the most important asset of an organization. That's data, because we all want to protect data.
Correct.
Cyber resiliency looks at the NIST in a very holistic standpoint. So it's a very holistic approach, looking at all the pillars, but mostly importantly focusing on respond and recover. So from a respond perspective, it's all about incident response and forensics of how you respond, how you mitigate, contain, and communicate. And then recovery is about what strategies you've implemented to recover your business. Have you implemented any advanced cyber vault techniques or strategies to recover your business? Have you set the right expectation internally with the C-suite and the stakeholders that you may not be able to recover your applications like you do in a DR event? So that's how I kind of look at cybersecurity versus cyber resiliency.
Okay, I love that. Cathy or Prateek, do you guys want to?
Sure. So I think it's really just a semantics
Yes.
difference. I have always thought about cybersecurity as the holistic ecosystem, as Nicole sort of described in her metaphor. I guess I agree a lot with what Len said also in terms of cybersecurity being everybody's job. It is all about prevention, right? Cyber resilience doesn't always cover or focus on the prevention aspect of it. So I say cybersecurity is everybody's job. Cyber resilience is the job of the people in this room and the cybersecurity teams and the technology teams, right? So it is all about getting back to business as usual beyond just the containment of the specific threat or incident.
All right, so as Len said, there could be 300 potential responses to this, and you'll see a slight variation to the responses you've received so far. So when I think about cybersecurity, I think about very similar to what you have talked about. The delta I'll bring in cyber resiliency is the word I call withstand. I'll start with that. The ability for us to withstand a cyber attack, and that goes beyond security with the availability, with the capacity, so that your systems are able to take the attack before they fall down. The second thing is, if you think from a data protection standpoint, a fundamental difference I see between cybersecurity, traditional cybersecurity focuses on identifying criticality of data based on PII criticality of data and whatnot. The delta I see come up is more around availability of the services and the data that's important to you to recover the service.
Right.
And a number of you who are in the BC professional, you are very familiar with your business impact analysis. As you get into a cyber resiliency situation, you're starting to look at what critical services will you bring back when an attack takes place. Your communication strategies get changed a little bit, and decision-making strategies get changed a little bit. A decision-making strategy, a 3-minute and a 33 minutes matter tremendously when you're under attack. But 33 minutes could destroy a company. And you have to make decisions to contain before you kind of expand on it. On communication strategies, the last piece I'll just mention is, as you think about if you are down, what are your strategies for your employees? What are your strategies for your customers? What are your strategies for your third parties? What are your strategies for your executives, the board, the regulators, and even social media, because you have every employee and every customer who has now become a reporter of your company.
Right.
And that's a fundamental shift with this type of scenario. So there are nuances that are very similar and the nuances that are different.
Yes. So I want to hit on 2 things. Cathy mentioned that cybersecurity is everyone. So even if you're not technical in your organization, you are still part of cybersecurity because your user information can always be compromised. And we get that because every year, each one of you have to go in and do your compliance training that says you won't open emails with these weird links and stuff. Yeah, so that puts you in the cybersecurity world. So if you didn't have that as a bullet on a resume, go ahead and add it. And the other thing is, take that home too, right? So each one of us, I don't know how many years now, I'm not gonna date myself, but I just remember when I was in school and you needed to use a computer, you had to go to the school library. Now everyone has a computer at home, right? This wonderful thing called WWW, World Wide Web started, and that became everybody's access to all things. So you all have personal cybersecurity at your homes. Your kids have that you need to keep locked in too. So you can take everything that you learn and have to do at work and kind of make your own little ecosystem at home to make sure yourself and your family stay secure. So great answers, thank you. So let's jump into the next question. For those that are not very tech savvy, like we were just saying, give us an example of what a cyber disaster event would look like. So let's just say I work as a cashier at a grocery store or some, non-technical type of job. What would the average cyber disaster event look like for someone that's non-tech?
All right, so I'll take a stab at it and then you guys chime in. So I want you to imagine when the attack has taken place, as simplistic as your desktop is dead. You're kicking the wires, it's not coming up. You've tried boot, reboot, it's absolutely dead. You're directed to go, you try your phone, which is the other mechanism you can access your information. Zoom is now down. You're not able to connect with Zoom. You're not getting emails with any attachments. You're getting the emails, the attachments are not coming in. The attachment in the email is supposed to have instructions for how to reset your password because somebody's already reset your passwords. And you're trying to figure out how you reset. Think of that all happening within 15 minutes. Now I'll paint the scenario where this became real life. Noon on a Wednesday, sitting in a conference room. You get a call pulled in out of the conference room saying, we need to get into the next room. We have the CISO, I'm there with the head of network operations and a couple of seniors in a particular country. There has been an incident we don't know exactly what it is. What's the incident? We don't know. What's the impact? Well, what we know is 10,000 of the 14,000 desktops are down. What we also know, 700 servers out of the 700 servers are down. Okay, what's the risk, Prateek? How much time do I have? Seconds. Make the decision now. Mm-hmm. The risk is there, minimal, but we'll figure it out. Can it penetrate our environment? The answer was yes. Okay, let's make the decision. Make the decision, kill. So we kill the connection. This entire conversation was 5 minutes. The disconnection was 15 seconds.
Yeah.
What happens next is the phone calls. What happened? Who did it? You don't have all the information.
That's when the investigation
right?
starts. Yeah.
Who did it? Who made the decision to cut?
Yeah.
CEO wants to know, board wants to know, oh crap, we're getting a call from the press. That's a real cyber incident. All of this unfolding, max 30 minutes.
There you go. So if you've ever tried to log in at work and couldn't, that's what's happening. Everything he just described was what was happening behind the scenes.
And over drinks, I can tell you what really triggered it.
Right.
What I want to know is
what the next 48 hours looks like.
So what happened next is, obviously, day one was the fog of the questions and what you're figuring out. Day two was detecting what exactly happened, what was the malware. Turns out somebody was in the system for 4 months, had installed something to a Windows scheduler, and based on somebody's tweet a few hours later, somebody, you guys can guess, tweet a few hours later, a correspondent bank had an issue This was a cover-up for $40 million that left the US banking system. So this was, now in order to recover, we obviously had always thought about RTOs and RPOs and all of that wonderful stuff. In a cyber attack, an RTO is absolutely useless. Personal belief, stand by it. The amount of time it takes to identify, detect, eradicate before you get all clear,
Right.
it could be hours to days to weeks.
Yes.
Bottom line, we fully rebuilt a brand new bank in 6 weeks.
Right.
So.
Good for you guys. So I'll give a slightly different scenario that happened recently to a company that I know. Their CEO, who, so they're a startup. Let me just paint the picture. So they're a startup. They've been around for 3-4 years, so not super early stage. They actually have quite a number of employees, good amount of revenue. But because they had those startup-y roots, their executive team was very hands-on, right? So the CEO happened to have admin privileges to their Microsoft 365 environment, which is not ideal, even though they did have an outside managed service provider. So one day the CEO got a phishing email and obviously didn't realize that it was a phishing email. So clicked on the email, ultimately had his account compromised, so provided his Microsoft login credentials, and that's the first step where the threat actor was able to obtain those admin credentials. Over the course of a couple of weeks that followed, they logged into the Microsoft tenant as if they were the CEO. They accessed the CFO's email, as well as the accountant, the staff accountant, who usually is the one who handles wire transfer payments. Long story short, they have a vendor who they pay a significant amount of money on a weekly basis for some supplies that they receive. And the threat actor had sent the CFO an email as if it came from the vendor, and it said, hey, our banking details have changed, we switched banks, here's the new information. And at the same time, they had gone into the staff accountant's email and created auto-delete rules so that any email she received from the vendor, like asking for payment, would automatically be deleted and would never be seen. So over the course of 4 months, they wired about $1.5 million to these threat actors. And it took that long before, through multiple conversations and phone calls, the vendor called the accountant, oh, we've paid you. One of their senior leaders called the CEO, and the CEO said, what are you talking about? We paid you, here's the screenshot. And the vendor said, but we never actually received that money. And so that was what tipped them off. Ultimately, the recipient's bank, so the threat actors, they had opened a brand new bank account to execute this business email compromise. And the bank noticed that this brand new account is all of a sudden receiving a ton of money. And so they froze the vast majority of the payments. So out of that $1.5 million, I think only about 100,000 was ultimately lost. And because they did have cyber insurance, they were able to recover another 90,000 of that. So they were out about 10,000, which was the deductible on that claim. So it worked out, I guess, as good as it could have, considering, but it was a huge wake-up call to the entire executive leadership team around their vendor management practices, their financial controls, and of course, the way that they were managing their technology and cybersecurity, because unfortunately, they and their MSP didn't detect anything unusual. So.
Very good. Do you have an example?
I don't have an example, but I'll just, in just a general comment, it just elevates the need for, really comprehensive incident response.
Yes.
And how you react and how you mitigate, contain, and communicate. And everybody in here who's got responsibility or is part of cyber, you need to know your roles and responsibilities at time of an event. And it's so important to really have a comprehensive incident response and forensics plan when you get attacked, because that whole cliche, if not if, but when, you will be penetrated.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the only other thing I was going to add to what Cathy said, in her example, she talked about the impact was eventually limited, some money was recovered back. In the example I was giving you, within 4 hours, it was all encashed into 3 different countries. In a particular country, the data privacy rules of that country did not even allow you for forensic investigation. So again, if you are in the international arena, those are additional challenges that kind of come into play when you're dealing with a real life scenario.
Yeah, and two totally different scenarios where
Right.
business was completely disrupted.
Yeah.
And then in this case, most of the operational staff had no idea anything had even happened.
What was going on behind the
Right?
scenes,
Right.
right? Yeah, and that's where we go back to again, is collaboration within your organization. So the gentleman before us talked about making sure you had the right people around and everybody's know, because there's multiple components. When these investigations start, yes, you have your wonderful cybersecurity team, the engineers who know how to dig in there, and it's like a cat and mouse game they do. They get really excited. I do too. I'm probably the only, well, you guys probably do get excited when a crisis happens. But yeah, they get in there and they want to go chase down the mouse, but behind the scenes you have a team of people who are looking at other things to see how long have they been in there, how long has our data been compromised, what else is missing. It becomes like this game. I hate to call it a game, but it definitely becomes all hands on deck to make sure you can get everything taken care of as quickly as possible. Like you said, that 33 minutes makes a huge difference. And when you're in a global team, expect your phone to ring in the middle of the night. I mean, sometimes it just does. So, all right, so what areas, next question is, what areas of the business could a cyber incident impact? And I think we kind of just touched on that when we talked about the scenarios that happen, but let's take a stab at it. Lynn, how is cyber resiliency developed? Where does the business begin to start? What areas of the business need to be involved? How do we build that meta thing?
So, I think in our careers, everybody in this room, we've been having building blocks for many years from a DR perspective, and I'll give you four pillars from a cyber perspective, and I'll cover it at a high level. If you want more detail, you can go to Kyndryl.com. I had a little plug for Kyndryl, but I'll give you four pillars. Number one is anticipate. Number two is protect. Number three is withstand. And obviously number four is recover. So what do I mean about anticipate? So anticipate's really about assessing your environment or assessing your infrastructure. It's really about doing gap analysis, quantitative analysis in your environment, looking at how data is classified, looking at your infrastructure, your applications. Have you done application to application mapping, application to infrastructure mapping, application to business process mapping? It's all about really looking at what I refer to as heat map, right. Red, green, yellow. Where are you strong within your maturity of your infrastructure? Where are you kind of weak, or where do you have some gaps? So that's really the anticipate pillar. Then you look at protect. It's really about implementing a zero trust framework. Everybody's heard about zero trust.
Correct.
But it's about looking at your identity access management, your multi-factor authentication, your endpoint security, your networks application security. It's all about investing in that framework to mitigate your threats. Then you get to withstand. It's all about your 24/7 defenses. It's all about have you implemented your SIM or your SOAR, your EDR, and how are you enhancing your withstand philosophies to protect your business. And then finally, it's about recover. So the mindset in today's landscape is, can I recover my applications like I do in a DR event? I think we all know the answer is probably not. DR is based on performance. So what do I mean about that? Performance is, you have a source, you have a target, you develop recovery times and recovery points, you replicate data, whether it be synchronously or asynchronously. So you've developed a recovery time, recovery point objective. You fail over, you recover, you can recover. It's built on performance. Cyber is built on reliance. Your last line of defense is your backups, or your last line of defense could be an individual clicking on a URL. 40% of cyber attacks are from insider threats.
Yeah.
From people, humans, us. That not doing it maliciously, but doing it, just clicking on a URL and
like Cathy's CEO.
And just advancing malware within your organization. So it's really about looking at how you recover and what type of strategies you put in place. So those are the 4 building blocks: anticipate, protect, withstand, and recover.
Perfect. Now, Cathy, how do you mitigate cyber risk in a business continuity management and resiliency program? I know that's a tricky question.
You integrate with your cyber teams.
Yeah.
Right? I think Robert, who was up here before, said it really well. It is absolutely a team effort. And too often, we find that cybersecurity is off running with their own programs, tools, performing their own incident exercises, and then sometimes the BCDR folks feel like they're a little bit left on the side, or you guys are doing your own thing off on the side. And I think that when you talk about cyber resilience, you absolutely want to be integrating both the risk assessment, the planning, the exercises, really everything. And the best way to do that, I know there was a question after the previous speaker about how do you break down those silos. And I think that you've got to make your counterpart on the cybersecurity team your new best friend, right? You got to think about it, because at the end of the day, when there's we have a large, complex international organization, these silos get formed. Right. But at the end of the day, you all get paid by the same company to do the same thing, which is to keep the organization secure, to anticipate those threats, to build the right processes and procedures, implement the right tools, have the right level of visibility so that the organization can recover as quickly as possible with the least amount of impact as possible. And so the thing that I would also add to what Len said earlier about how do you build cyber resiliency in your organization, I think that one thing we see often in clients that we go to, or in conversations with clients who've had incidents and found that they were not as well prepared for those incidents as they had hoped for, was that the level of visibility into what happened, how, when, why, like the log visibility and sort of the aggregation of that together in a security information event management tool, a SIM, right, was lacking. Yeah. So those tools are not cheap, right, when you talk about going up for budget approval and things like that, but they are absolutely non-negotiable in today's large enterprise. So those are some of the things that I would say that you would want to think about.
And to just add on to that too, a good way to talk about that is back when you're doing your BIAs and stuff, identifying those dependencies, those become your friends, right? So if those cyber teams, if you don't have a cyber team, we're talking your IT team. It's the same group of people. Those people have the skill sets and can have the information to make sure that your cyber resiliency program is as strong as it can be. And another way, again, collaborating with those different partners throughout the organization, and then when you do your exercises, your tests, bring them in. Let them see, I hate to say where the weakness is, but let them, visualizing it versus you just coming to them telling them over coffee, hey, I think you're a dependency of mine. And they're like, okay, yeah, go away. Okay, well, let's come to this exercise and then create a scenario where they can see those connection points. So that way when an incident happens, you already have the relationship and the know-how and the skills, and you've already potentially plugged that gap before it happens.
Just to kind of just add on to that, we've been, collectively in this room for many, many years as DR professionals, we've been mitigating risks through business impact analysis or business process impact analysis. And, from a cyber perspective, you look at, well, what's critical to my business? And what do I need to recover at time of an event? Do I protect all my data? Yeah. I mean, if clients want to protect 60, 80, 90 petabytes of data, large enterprises, that they can do that if they want. It's not cost prohibitive to do that. And that's why when we talk to clients from a service provider perspective, we look at what we refer to as MVC, minimal viable company. Right. Some clients or some individuals refer to it as your crown jewels, your critical applications. We refer to it as minimal viable company, MVC. That's a Kyndryl point of view. So really from an MVC perspective, have you done, and I mentioned this a little while ago, application to application mapping, application to business process mapping, application interdependency mapping. You talk to clients today and they say, well, I have a CMDB. I run ServiceNow, but sometimes those are CI configuration items. It's only covering an asset. It's really not doing full-blown application mapping across the landscape. to really identify what's critical to my business if something happens. Is it one application or is it 50 applications? Right. So, from a context perspective, it's really about looking at what's critical to my business and what I need to recover at time of an event.
So I think I'll just amplify what Len, you were saying with a couple of examples that I've dealt with in the past. One, the notion was we want to make sure we have a bank versus everything in the bank. So you don't care about the pencil loading system, you care about the payments, you care about the customer. At the end of the day, what the customer is really looking for. What that meant in an instance where there were 8,000 applications, only 312 were classified as critical. Think about the funnel and how small that surface area was. But if any of those 312 were compromised, potentially at your knees, was the way you thought about it. So it was the crown jewel kind of concept taken to the next level that really came into use on an event. The second thing was set expectations with your senior leadership, because the reality is anybody who manages a process or an application thinks theirs is very important. That always happens. So you have to take a top-down view of a company as you're approaching this. Once you've done that, exercise with them.
Correct.
Exercise the cyber playbook. Exercise what's important so that they are standing behind you, with you, by you, whenever that incident is taking place. We're not getting beyond what we should be focused on in that 15-minute kind of scenario I described earlier. The last item I'll just mention that has become super important and has been an important learning is think about the ransomware rubric decision making. That's become an important concept that a lot of folks and companies don't think about as much. When should you pay or should you not pay? Who's the threat actor? How long will it take to recover? Is it a sanctioned entity you're paying the money to, where you could get in trouble with the regulators and the likes, right? So there's a bunch of things that you have to go through and make sure that the decision-making process is understood before the event happens versus after, and clear authority on who makes the decision and who can pay.
And I'll just add to what Prateek just said. I ran an exercise, started off as a ransomware scenario, and then I always like to add curveballs in to throw them off as soon as they get comfortable and feel like they got it. I throw some curveballs. But at this exercise, it was ransomware. It started, so of course my cyber team, they were like, "Oh, we got this." They're in there doing their thing, being geniuses, working it out. Perfect. And as soon as everybody was like, "Okay, we're 45 minutes in, Nicole. Everybody knows what they're doing. We're good." I threw in, "Okay, so they realized that it's actually the login was a user, employee. They weren't sure if he was compromised or not because he had just been put on the layoff list. So now we got to figure out, is it truly him or was he compromised? Who's the threat actor?" But in this, the other question that came up in the exercise was, are we going to pay the ransom? And nobody had the answer to that question. And this was kind of a lower level. We didn't have like our C-suite in this exercise. So there were multiple opinions about whether or not to pay the ransom. And myself and my CISO knew the answer to that. So we didn't say anything. We just listened to everybody's scenarios and kind of sat around giggling about it. But knowing whether or not you pay the ransom is a different ball game. So if you don't know if your company has a ransomware policy or whatever, find out, because that's good information for you to have before you have an attack, okay? And that's something simple. I mean, like I said, the C-suite people know, they have their policy. That company that I was at, they had their policy. So just having that information ahead of time will also help you, because if they need to pay the ransomware, if there's a policy to pay it, like Prateek was saying, you need to know what those guidelines are. What are you looking for? So that way, again, you can get to that information as quickly as possible. If they're not going to pay the ransomware, again, that'll change how your cyber team is working.
So last point on mitigating risks.
Okay.
So I talked a little while ago about advanced cyber techniques. So what I mean about that is really about the 3 I's. If you don't know what the 3 I's are: immutability, isolation, and intelligence. So immutability is your backups data immutable. Do you look at isolation? Have you built physical or virtual air gaps?
Right.
Have you looked at isolated recovery environments or clean rooms within your organization? And intelligence, are you doing some type of anomaly scanning or machine learning on your data? So.
All right, so I didn't say this in the beginning, let me go back. If you guys have questions that you want us to answer, feel free to go into your app and post those. If we'll have time, we will try to get to them in the end. So the next question I wanted to ask Prateek, how do you plan for cyber resiliency impacts and risks with supply chain and third-party vendors? I know a lot of people are looking into that.
Do you have an easier question?
No. and it's one of those things where we bring up because in COVID, you know, everything shut down, and many of us had supply chain issues, right? That you might not have had in your business continuity program. So.
Okay, I think the way I've approached it is relatively straightforward. Think of the customer first, think of the processes you have that are supporting the customer, so the services you're providing to the customer and the processes supporting the customers. Those processes could be serviced internally or externally, doesn't matter who it is. If it's a call center, you may have a call center that's in-house, a call center may be outsourced to a third party. An application could be outsourced. We are ServiceNow. We all know ServiceNow is a third party application. It's hosted on AWS. Now you have fourth party. Now the fourth party may be leveraging, so I don't even call it any more third parties, I call it end parties, because I don't know where it starts and where it kind of ends in reality of that situation. But the net of it is, the way I've always approached it is, think of the process irrespective of where it's done and the policies and standards you have and the capabilities you're building, you're applying and not calling it a vendor, a strategic partner, and partnering with them to understand their capabilities, because at the end of the day, it's your customer that's impacted. A customer doesn't see a third party. Now, the traditional things you will always hear in a third party dialogue is we perform due diligences, right? So everybody does a due diligence of the third party to understand the vulnerabilities and the gaps and the likes. And we all know, if some of us in the room have gone through a due diligence ourselves that we received that we need to go submit. Do you have any lawyers that look at that due diligence before it gets out to the customer? Typically, yes. Do you believe all the responses you get? Unless you can verify, take it with a grain of salt. So due diligence is still important, but it's important to understand what the vendor or the strategic partner capability is, number one. Number two, as you're dealing with the contract languages, have you defined the same contract language and expectations you would have internally? Generally, those are very watered down when you get to, and the last minute negotiations gets into a lot of redlining that happens to sign a contract at the last minute. So that's the second item. Third item is, there was a discussion earlier around, do you tabletop with your third parties? Absolutely, please do, for your critical ones. That is an important angle to it. This way you understand the capabilities. You understand your own capabilities better, not only theirs. And in some cases, if there are industry associations, participate in those industry exercises. There have been a decent number of exercises where a payment provider was brought onto the table, or a third party that is servicing multitudes of banks. They were brought onto the table to do an exercise so that we all understand the implication of it, not just one institution, but everybody understands the broader implication. And the one example that I'll never forget is we took an outage. The scenario was an outage on a Black Friday. And that Black Friday impacted a massive third party that does credit card processing and one that does payroll processing, without getting into names, right? And the potential impact was the impact to US economy, not to the banks for the companies and to the end consumer. So just think of a very holistic kind of scenario is what I would recommend with those 4 or 5 facets to it. It's a journey. It's not going to be easy in a lot of cases. A lot of people have signed contracts, paid for bread and butter. You're now asking for jam and jelly, and it comes with money. So that's a conversation that always happens.
I guess what I would add to that too is to get real tactical. Some of the organizations that I work with, their attorneys have crafted, back to contractual language, an information security and data protection addendum. So as those contracts come up for renewal, we are going out and asking vendors to sign these addendums. And they'll vary industry to industry, but in particular, I have a client who's a healthcare company, right? And anyone who's in the healthcare space right now understands that despite all of the HIPAA regulations and everything else, we're having a massive disruption due to the Change Healthcare ransomware attack going on right now.
Right.
And some people are forecasting that will be as bad as, if not worse than, the MOVEit attack a year or so ago. But so anyways, their attorneys have come up with this addendum that basically has the vendor attesting to, yep, I have these security controls, and they're all enumerated, right? And they have to sign that as part of the contract renewal. If the vendor can't do that, then they're out, and we're out shopping for different vendors.
Right.
Similarly, the other thing I would say is in your risk assessment process, whoever is managing third-party risk for you in your organization, they should be going through and having a detailed questionnaire, whatever you want to call it, an information sheet where there's a risk assessment performed for each of those third parties. Again, at the time, due diligence before you bring them on, but also on an annual basis, at least for the critical or high risk ones, right? You can do a risk tiering as far as frequency, but those are some of the ways that you start to then look at, all right, for the most critical ones, maybe depending on the nature of what they do, we'll do a penetration test of the vendor, especially if they're developing software for us, if they have custom integrations, right? So that's kind of one thought. The other thought I had, as Prateek was sharing his thoughts, was that today, with the proliferation of SaaS applications, you've got people in your organization swiping credit cards, loading data, sending information all over the place, right? In many cases, your IT team doesn't always have complete visibility to it. The other thing that you have to think about, kind of like third parties and fourth parties when it comes to vendors, is you have SaaS applications talking to other SaaS applications.
Right.
If you think about all of the third-party apps that are connected into your Microsoft 365 environment or into your Salesforce CRM or pick whatever other system, but that's a whole other area of risk that you need to look at. And it's an emerging area, and there's some tools that are coming out to help you manage that better. But that's the kind of stuff that we need to be thinking about as we do our application mapping, our data mapping, is do we really understand all of the nooks and crannies and places that our data is going to, and that the business may have introduced into our overall computing environment.
Perfect. Thank you, Cathy. I'll say this. Our industry has grown almost like a fungus, I feel like, because you have the things that we can control within our organization. We know our stuff. I know what door to open in my house. But like you're saying, all that third-party vendor applications, I have no idea what they do in their house. So, and sometimes they won't tell you, sometimes they will, whatever. But another way to get that partnership, okay, because like Prateek says, no longer think of them as a vendor, think of them as another partner, an external partner. Ask them, can you come to their test, their exercises, and just be a fly on the wall. That's another way to get into and see, are they checking all the boxes? Is there some vulnerabilities there that you don't know about? And it might not be anything for you to do. You can't maybe change the contracts, but at least that gives you internally a way to take that back home to your house and say, okay, because I know they don't do this with this vendor, we need to stock up on our stuff over here and make our gaps between them a little bit tighter. So that's another way to see. I've sat in on a few vendor exercises and it was eye-opening. A few did really good and a few were like, I walked out saying, okay, they're no longer a critical vendor. We need to go shopping for a new vendor. So yeah, if you can sit in on some of your vendor exercises, because hopefully, crossing my fingers, they do business continuity and have a program. So, all right, so I did want to maybe get to some Q&A. I know we had a few more questions, but I would like to kind of engage with the audience a little bit here. So let's take a question. I see one here. It says, how do we conduct cyber recovery simulation exercises from the USA for our international business and data centers in UK and EU by following the GDPR requirements? Any best practices to share? Ooh. Does anyone?
That's a loaded question.
Look, I haven't, so from my perspective, I really haven't treated them any different
Right.
in the prior life. There was no difference from a customer standpoint. Some of the customers we had were across the pond, and they were impacted whether it was in the United States or outside the United States. With the including, we've done exercises with the UK and the US government together on certain aspects of it, where there was information sharing. Part of the challenge you always run into is the localized requirement, whether it's on the GDPR privacy side of the house or reporting requirements, which are very different. So EU has their own set of reporting requirement. A lot of you have heard about the SEC requirements that have come out, and it goes literally by state on when an incident takes place. But I think, yes, you can. We have done simulation exercises. We just treated it as the same, no different as I was doing in the United States. I would do it in Europe, I would do it in Asia or Latin America, same approach.
I guess I would pose a question back. How are you performing DR exercises, and maybe look at taking some of the best practices from a DR perspective and applying them to your cyber approach, and maybe looking at your tabletop exercises and start to implement some of the best practices?
I think it's the same thing there. I'm going to chime in with them. Regulations are regulations, no matter where they are, global organizations. I do holistic exercises, so bring everybody to the table that's relevant, right? Critical operations. Your legal teams, your tech people that work in that area, all of them have the expertise. If you bring everybody to the table for the exercises, you'll know whether or not you guys are ready for a global incident. So, okay, let's answer one more question if we have time. Effective cyber response goes way beyond IT to include a crisis management component. Talk about cyber response in areas that extend beyond technology.
I can start.
Okay.
The first thing that comes to mind is that one of the things that as this panel, when we were meeting to talk about today's session, we talked a little bit about, which is cybersecurity is very multidisciplinary. So as a fractional CISO, when I work with my clients, we're pulling in legal, compliance, PR if there's a communications or a press person, so whoever handles the press. In a smaller organization, that often just ends up being the CEO or a member of the board. But there's a huge component of cyber response, which is how do you communicate to outside parties, whether that's customers, suppliers, partners, government or regulator organizations, and then of course the press if they come knocking. How do you coordinate what you communicate to them? So that's an important component of your planning, is designating who is approved to talk to the media, who is approved to speak to those outside parties, because the last thing that you want to do is share information that you believe to be true as of that point in time, but when you have not yet fully completed your investigation, right? Because the challenge with cyber incidents, which I think is different than, to a certain degree it's different, I guess to a certain degree it's not always different, than a traditional disaster or BCP exercise, is that there is a lot of information that you don't know day 1, day 2, day 3. Right? Sometimes it takes days, weeks, hopefully not months, but to really understand exactly what happened, the extent of the issue, and specifically the extent of any personal data or regulated data that may have been accessed or compromised. So that's kind of one aspect of it. The second piece is your legal team and your insurance experts are going to be absolutely critical. You don't want to make any public-facing moves, or really hardly any moves, without consulting both of them. Partly because, as Robert had said, your insurance company is going to have some rules around what it takes for you to get a claim paid out, what providers they may or may not want you to use, if there's going to be financial incentives for you to do that, right, to use their preferred incident response team or their preferred legal counsel. The thing I would say is that whoever your legal counsel is in-house probably doesn't specialize in breaches, right? They're probably a general purpose, general counsel. So you do want to make sure that you have a cyber attorney, and if you have personal information in your organization, a privacy attorney that you have a network and a relationship with ahead of time, so that when those incidents happen, you can call them up right away and they are already familiar with your business and can advise you on the unique cyber and privacy aspects of your situation.
Yeah, the only additional thing I'll add, just from a real life and the example I was talking about earlier, if you think from a business process, payment amounts were X that were on a normal basis. Once you disconnected, you needed to establish trust in the system before you would make the same payments. We reduced the payments down to $1,000. New legal contracts had to be signed with the customers for that period of time till you got a reconnection back to the volume. As payments were coming, systems were down, there was no availability of your customer information. How do you validate? The manual workaround in this case was printed paper, scooted over to the company for them to validate. I almost felt like I was in the 70s. So as you really think about the world that's out there, assume you are without your tech.
Yeah.
As you're thinking about your business processes, what do you do without that? And the truth is, we've forgotten a lot of that aspect. We don't think that way until it hits us. And that was a huge learning coming out of examples like that.
Just one comment on the last question. I think it really comes down to a cultural shift.
Yes.
I think it comes down to training and awareness. You think of crisis management for years from the DR side of the business. Something happens, what do you think about? Protecting the human element, protecting us as human beings in a disaster. It's a different mindset. So it's all about training and awareness, and it's a cultural shift. We shifted years ago in the DR space. You think about it, years ago it was traditional DR. Now it's gone to cloud DR, it's gone to DRAS. We shifted, there was a big cultural shift. It's the same thing. It's training and awareness. It's really training your people to be aware. I mean, there's not a day that goes by or a week that goes by that I get a patch on my phone and my laptop that I have to update a patch on my laptop from Kyndryl Security Department. And if I don't update that patch, I can't get into my applications. So it's all about training and awareness.
Yeah, it's called business continuity, not IT continuity. So involve the business. They have jobs, they get paychecks. That's part of their job. Legal has a role, your vendor management or licensing teams, they have a role. Use them. That's what they're there for. And the education, practicing during calm times, this is a great time. You're just now leaving a conference, go have coffee with somebody that's not IT in your department, in your business when you get back, and talk to them about what they do. And if that's part of those critical operations, start building that bridge now, because when a crisis happens, it's all hands on deck, right? You don't want to be calling your legal team as the hack is happening. That's not the time to call them. All right, I think we're going to run out of time. I want us to do some last takeaways. I want each of you to kind of give a little tidbit of a good takeaway for our group here. We'll start at the end. Start with Prateek.
Oh, start with me. All right.
Put you on the spot.
The biggest takeaway I'd like you to think about is the threat is real. Depending on which media you read, which publication you read, 66 to 71% of the organizations were compromised in 2023. That's how real the threat is.
Yeah.
As you're thinking about this, please think about as if an attack could happen today. A lot of people believe never waste a good crisis, and they say that.
Yes.
I say, and we should say, we are as good as the last crisis.
Yes.
Because that's what you get. The odds are against us. We need to be planning, preparing, practicing to prevail, in brackets, pray.
Perfect. Thank you, Prateek. Thank you. All right, Cathy? you have a quick note you can give us?
So,
quick takeaway?
as somebody who runs a company that performs cybersecurity assessments and also offers managed backup services, I always tell folks that you have to make sure that your backups are rock solid, right? You don't often think about backups as a cybersecurity measure. You also wouldn't think about them as a critical defense measure for a company, or for a country rather. But if you look at the lessons learned from the Russia-Ukraine war, right? For years and years, even prior to the invasion in 2022, the Ukraine and their government, but also private companies, were subject to so many different types of cyber attacks. And their sysadmins got really, really good at learning to identify those threats, recover from backups, right? They were so well practiced that it just became part of the routine. And so I would tell you that in your organizations, certain elements, the basics, really, really matter. So that's one. The second thing I would tell you is that you can be compliant and not secure. And you can be secure and not compliant.
Right.
Right, and most people in this room hopefully know that. I saw some heads nodding. Your job as BC and DR professionals is to connect the dots between different functions and to ensure that the organization collectively is aiming to do both. Right, you are sitting in these conversations around, well, what's the impact of this business process versus that one? You're understanding what the continuity plans are, you're helping to build those. So more than almost any other functional area in an organization, you see and have an opportunity to connect those dots. And I would encourage you to sort of keep that in the back of your mind and leverage your peers in other functional areas to really help the organization elevate.
Perfect. Thank you. Lynn?
I have 30 seconds.
Yeah, and then I was going to try to give one too.
That's
Let's
okay.
see if we can do
so
it.
real quick, so I think everybody knows about 30 days ago, the healthcare industry was turned upside down with Change Healthcare being hacked and paying $25 million in ransom. And I talked earlier about the 4 pillars. So I would just leave you with this. Build a strong governance in your organization. Have a strong governance model around whatever framework you build. And if individuals here are part of the cyber team, challenge the process, communicate, speak up, because it's all about us that's going to help mitigate cyber attacks.
And my key takeaway is build your network, collaboration. I mean, we're all here. We work at different companies, different industries. Use your network. Exchange business cards while you're here. One of my favorite networks and collaborations is with our own MC, Lisa Jones, and Mark Hoffman, James Green. They have a wonderful podcast, Resilient Think Tank. They started this thing called Ask Me Anything, where you can call them for free and talk to them about things. So give them a call, have that network and have that open outside of your own organization, because you never know what ideas you'll get from someone that's not sitting in the building with you. So, all right. Well, thank you panel. Thank you guys for joining me. All right.
Just a round of applause for our panel. Great job, everyone. Prateek, I think you need to go on the road with your stories. That's what I just have to say that. Okay, so we're going to have a quick coffee break, and then we have a special presentation at 10:20. So it is currently 10:13. So quick break, and we'll be right back. Thanks. so we have a special session that we're going to entitled Generational Perspectives and Continuity, Navigating Experiences Across Time. So our moderator today is Melissa Muniz. I said it right. Melissa is a dedicated professional in disaster recovery and business continuity, bringing over 15 years of experience in various industries, excelling in both consultancy and corporate roles. Recognized of her advocacy for resilience and contribution to the industry, thought leadership, Melissa is committed to enhancing the resilience landscape. Also, breaking news, and Bob might kill me, but breaking news, Melissa will be our Master of Ceremonies for Fall DRJ 2024. So, welcome Melissa and the panelists. Let me get out the way.
Thank you, dear.
Right.
All right, for our panelists today, we have Carlo Kelejian and Senorajoy Weddington. Let me introduce them both. Carlo is a managing director at Continuity Innovation, and is a seasoned resilience professional with over 20 years of expertise in business continuity, crisis management, and disaster recovery. As a former Consultant of the Year award winner from DRI, he is a certified expert renowned in his comprehensive resilience experience across diverse sectors, including financial, government, manufacturing, education, and more. Senorajoy is an emergency management planning fellow at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. Joy has a Bachelor of Science degree in emergency management from Millersville University, is a certified associate business continuity professional, and director of leadership engagement of her ACP chapter in DC. Please help me welcome my panelists. Now, since we only have 20 minutes, we're going to jump right into these questions. So the first question I have for you both, from your perspective, how does each generation contribute uniquely to building a resilient organizational culture? Senorajoy?
All right, so first I would like to share, I am a member of Gen Z, if that wasn't apparent. I am an older Gen Z though, born in '99, and Gen Z does go all the way to 2010. And I am the daughter of a baby boomer, so I have experience in my personal life dealing with generational differences, as well as in the workplace as well. I actually graduated and started the workforce at the same time my parents were retiring. So it was a very interesting time. So one thing that I have learned is that each generation has unique skills and attributes that they bring to the workplace that contributes to building a resilient organizational culture. So as Gen Z, we tend to bring digital fluency and fresh ideas to the workplace. We're also very willing to challenge traditional norms, which can be a good thing.
Yeah.
Millennials do share a lot of similarities with Gen Z. They bring tech savviness and digital fluency as well. They are also known for their collaborative mindset. Gen X is a very independent generation. They have a very independent mindset, and they bring adaptability and flexibility to the workforce, and that's very important. And baby boomers tend to bring wisdom, their past experiences to the workplace, along with a strong work ethic. So I think that when we embrace all of these different unique skills and attributes is when we start to encourage and foster a culture of resilience. And then I also think it's important to note that each generation has their own personal story of resilience. Each generation has lived through historical moments and experiences during very critical developmental periods of their life, and that has contributed to how they behave, both in their personal life and in the workforce. And so I think taking time to listen to these stories and understand each generation helps to build resilience.
Very nice, thank you very much. Carlo, how about yourself?
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything you said. With my experience working with many organizations and being, whether it's conducting tabletop exercises or building programs, I've had the experience of working with baby boomers, Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, and you're right, everybody brings their own set of skills, different perspectives, but I think, I live by the motto of, adapt or perish. So I think you kind of have to have the information and the experience from the baby boomers and some, because like you mentioned, different disasters have happened. Nowadays, everything is kind of happening so fast. Wildfires, cyber attacks, earthquakes. There's just so many, weather storms. We're all experiencing our own types of disasters, but what's really important is the institutional influence and the tribal knowledge that some of the seasoned generation has that is irreplaceable, because sometimes we'll be working with individuals and I've never experienced this before, where somebody that has 10, 15 years of experience in resilience say, oh, we've experienced this before in the past, and this is what we did. Mm-hmm. So the combination of them all is kind of like a nice, say, melting pot for resilience.
Very nice, thank you. Moving on to our second question, can you share a specific challenge related to continuity planning that you faced due to generational differences and how you navigated it? I'll start with Carlo.
Yeah, this one, I was thinking about this because I'm like, what's the best way to answer this? So what came to mind was we conducted a tabletop exercise. An organization asked us to come on site and evaluate their crisis response. So they had a very robust program, very detailed, and for all of you seasoned planners, you remember the thick binders and the books and a lot of the a lot of information. So we went through it and we started bringing up the scenario. We went through the injects, and one of the millennials raised their hand. They said, "Why is there so much information?"
Wow.
And why are we meeting so often? Because it was very traditional, right? So incident happens at, say, 9 a.m. Okay, the crisis management team is going to convene at 10 o'clock, once again at 11. So it was very scheduled. We're going to get a quick update. But the question was, can't you just text me this information? Right? So, were they wrong? Not really,
yeah,
right? But
fair.
it's kind of like, this is how we used to do it. This is how we can possibly improve it. So what we did is we kind of meshed it. So the end result in the after action was, okay, let's make this a little bit more modern to where we're still gathering all the fine details and on the instructions we need, but maybe from the communication perspective, maybe we can digitize and get them out quicker.
Very good point. I like that one. Senorajoy, how about yourself?
So I have definitely also experienced some challenges with communication style differences.
Yes.
But one challenge that I would like to share today that I've personally experienced is with using continuity planning tools and software in the workplace. At my university, we just unrolled or started using our new continuity of operations tool. It's an internal tool created by our IT department.
Okay.
Yes. And this tool allows anybody who works at the university and is a part of a department or school to create their own plan. So everybody can be a plan owner, essentially. However, some of the older generations are a little bit hesitant to using the new tool. So when we introduced the tool to them, we did offer a Microsoft Word document version of the tool.
Okay.
So the same questions that are in the tool
Yeah.
are also on the Microsoft Word document.
Nice.
So, and they appear in the exact order and are color coded as the tool. So you can go in on the Microsoft Word document and you can record your answers and copy and paste in a tool. So this way you can still use a format that you're familiar with, but also learn the new tool in the process.
That was a great workaround, actually. That worked out well.
Yes, yes.
Very nice. Moving on to our third question. We're doing very good on time, by the way.
Look at my clock here.
Yeah, we're doing really great. We might even get to our fourth question. Our third question, as we navigate remote and hybrid work environments, how do generational perspectives influence the implementation of flexible continuity plans that cater to diverse work styles? Senorajoy?
Okay, so firstly, I think that remote work is amazing. Being able to transition to remote work, especially during a crisis situation or emergency, is a very great thing that we have now. I think I speak for Gen Z and millennials that we support the ability to work remotely and to use remote work as a continuity strategy. But I do think it's very important for both Gen Z and millennials to account for digital collaboration tools when we move work remotely. This way that we can ensure proper communication is still taking place. I also think for the other generations, like Gen X, it may be important to include in the continuity plans to clarify expectations for what remote work looks like, so that everybody knows what they're supposed to do when they move to remote work. And I also think that it is important for Gen X to see that in plans that we are ensuring that everybody in the organization has the proper tools to transition to remote work. So that has to be accounted for in the planning process. And for baby boomers, I do think that they still have a preference for face-to-face interactions, definitely. So one way to incorporate this into continuity planning is to still try to have some face-to-face interactions, whether that be through virtual mediums like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, some other video chatting platform. This still allows some face-to-face interaction, even if it is virtual. And then also you can consider a hybrid work schedule, which are amazing as well. I recently spoke to an organization whose complete building, their whole building is undergoing a giant renovation.
Okay.
And so they do not have access to the building at all right now. So they moved the entire organization remote and virtual. And so one way they still allow for some face-to-face interactions is every time they have a all-hands team meeting, they do them in person.
Very nice.
And they pick a different location to do them. So right now they're kind of doing a tour of the state.
Wow.
Moving around to a different county every time they have their team meetings.
Yeah.
So they're still doing team building, they're still having these face-to-face interactions, but they're also allowed to do remote work.
Very nice, very nice. Carlo, how about you?
So the way I see this was, big bad COVID kind of pushed us in the remote world, right? So whether we were ready for it or not, we had to do it. And I remember, there was a lot of calls to the IT help desk.
Yep.
How the heck do I log into this computer? This VPN is so hard to use. So there was so much unpreparedness I saw in a bunch of areas, right? Because nobody was expecting that at that level. So sure, we planned for pandemic, but I think, like you mentioned, having the instructions for those who need it, whether it's in your business continuity plans or whether it's a quarterly training saying, hey, if you're back in the office, at least work remotely for a few days a week just to kind of keep that muscle memory. I definitely saw that, but I don't like to generalize, right? Because say baby boomers are not as advanced in tech as millennials or Gen X's, right? Because you can have a baby boomer who's better than in software and Excel or tech than me. But, like you mentioned, I think the agile of the millennials and the Gen Z and the digital fluency is probably maybe a step above the rest of us, but it's okay. I think we're doing pretty good.
I was thinking about this one as you guys were talking, and in general, I do also enjoy and love remote work. I got to move back home near my family and be in sunny Phoenix all the time, but it is really hard not having that in person, being able to go to someone's desk and say, hey, how's that DR plan coming? Are we ready for the exercise? I miss those relationships. Those relationships helped me be very, very successful in disaster recovery. Being able to, I joked there for a while there, as we were getting closer to exercises, you had to badge out of our company, and I would sit there and wait for my IT guys and be like, hey, you didn't get me that plan. Exactly. I will work on it. And I can't do that. I can't just show up at their door. So I do miss that part of it. That has given me a challenge in planning, but overall I do enjoy remote work and not having to be this dressed up all the time. So that's been wonderful. We do have time to go to our fourth question. So as we look towards the future, how can organizations proactively prepare for the next generation's role in shaping the landscape of continuity planning and crisis management? Carlo.
So I think, being adaptable, like we mentioned earlier, we've all experienced different types of disruptions and disasters in our lives. So, right now, heavy focus on cyber and ransomware, and people in Gen Z, millennials, they're experiencing this. Their credit card might have gotten breached from a particular organization who was hacked. Whereas you have, maybe you have an IT team that has you call it tribal knowledge, that they know how this system operates and they have that information. So it's kind of, you have to be adaptable, I think, in this day and age. So using the information and all the experiences everybody has, combining that and embedding it in the culture is the most important thing, right? So from the beginning, whether you have new hires, add your business continuity and resilience training in the first week of employee enrollment, but just embedding in the culture and then just gathering all that information, putting it all together and building.
Very much agree. How about yourself, Senorajoy?
Okay, so I love this question.
Oh, good, I'm glad.
I do. I think one way that we can prepare our organizations for the next incoming generation, so that would be Gen Z, is to take time to get to know Gen Z and their attributes and skills, understand what they want in a job. So like we discussed that Gen Z, we're very digitally fluent,
Yes.
grew up with the internet, so that's one important thing to remember. But one thing I think Gen Z is looking for in their next roles, and as they enter the workforce, is they want a job or a career that they feel cares about them and where the mission of the organization aligns with their personal values.
Very good point.
Gen Z does not want to work a job for the sake of working a job. They want to do something that is meaningful to them. And so I think attending sessions like this is helpful to prepare for the next generation. I also think that taking time to interact with Gen Z and create spaces that allow Gen Z to enter your organization. So creating internships, trainee positions, entry-level positions are all ways to invite and extend a hand to Gen Z to come join your organization. And then when you have these trainee positions and these internships, you can pair these new incoming arrivals with a senior employee. And then they get to learn from that senior employee, from their past experiences. They get to learn about how the organization runs. And it's a really great mentoring experience for Gen Z, and it's also a great experience for the senior employee to learn more about Gen Z. I came into this field through internships and entry-level roles. I'm currently a fellow, and I am very grateful for these experiences. They taught me a lot about this field, and I got to learn from people older and more experienced than me, and I found these experiences to be very valuable and essential. And one other thing, another way to reach out and connect with Gen Z, I think that all of you have great organizations, and you can go to career fairs at your colleges and connect with Gen Z. I think that Gen Z will enter the field of resilience and business continuity and emergency management intentionally. They will seek it out, but they need to know that it exists. So going to career fairs is a way to let them know it exists and introduce them. And you may also experience an influx of Gen Z coming from the field of emergency management. A lot of new emergency management programs are introducing business continuity through their courses and requiring that you get an internship to complete the programs. So they will be coming after you guys, and they will be asking for these positions, so look for them.
I really appreciate you mentioning that, and I want to add a couple things to that. One, I was having a discussion with someone of your same generation and talking about how COVID impacted his ability to have that mentorship opportunities. He's a remote worker, and overall we do really enjoy remote work, but you know what he's missing out on is that relationship with a more experienced coworker who guided us. And I see a lot of us in the room, right? We had that, we enjoyed that. We had those mentors that really helped us, teach us everything from how to act in a meeting, how to respond to a phone call from an executive, to, you know, how do we prepare our crisis management plans, our business continuity plans, or any type of executive type summary. So they're missing out on that. So I really appreciate that you mentioned that, because yes, get out there. And also because, again, they don't know that this is a field. And we've got to get that new generation in and get them ready to so that we can start mentoring them, right?
Absolutely.
So thank you both for your time. I really appreciate it. With a minute left, any closing thoughts?
Just wanted to thank Bob and DRJ for having us out here and giving us this opportunity, and for all you attending, so thank you.
Thank you.
And I would like to thank, this is my first conference. It's been going great so far. I'm happy to be here. And if you have any questions about Gen Z, feel free to speak to me after this or connect with me on LinkedIn. Like I said, I am now on the board of directors for ACP DC, and I am trying to connect young people to this field.
That's wonderful, Senorajoy. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's thank our panelists.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I feel like a proud mom because Senorajoy is my mentee. So one more time, her first conference, she knocked it out of the park. So again, people in this room, please be mentors. There's so many people that are looking for guidance, especially our Gen Z, but not even just our Gen Z, people my age. Sometimes I'm looking for a mentor. Sometimes I need somebody to tell me things that I don't maybe know. So we have a great mentor program through DRJ. So I'm encouraging everyone to sign up for that, whether you want to be a mentor or a mentee. So again, we just have a few minutes before our next session, which starts at 10:45, so if you want to take a quick break, we will start promptly at 10:45. Thank you. Okay, I told you it was going to be quick. I told you it was going to be quick. We are ready for our final presentation for today. So our topic today is how organizations can predict, manage, and mitigate risks and threats. And this will be presented by Chris Hurst, Sue Holub, and we also have a third person, Michael De Leon. So please welcome our guests.
That was quick, very quick, very quick, very quick.
Good morning, everyone. I'm not going to do that like good morning thing that most people do because it's already 10:30 and we're standing between you and lunch, or 10:45. Thanks so much for having us. We are really excited to be here. It's great to see new faces, familiar faces. Appreciate being back on stage again. And as always, thanks to Bob Arnold and the DRJ team. You guys are incredible. So just a quick round of applause for DRJ. Always an amazing show. I'm Sue Holub. I'm the Chief Growth Officer of OnSolve. I've been there 5 years, and I've been attending DRJ ever since, fall and spring, and it's fantastic. OnSolve's a leading critical event management provider. We mitigate risks and threats to help keep you agile when a crisis strikes. Pretty much why we're all here. We do that through technology, risk intelligence, mass notification, incident management, and travel risk management. Joining me on stage today is Chris Hurst, who's our Vice President of Global Risk and Intelligence Services. Chris.
Thank you so much, Sue. It's great to be on the stage again. It's great to see everyone. Quick bit about me. I was a practitioner. I spent 4 years in Iraq and Afghanistan building infrastructure, had a stint as a director of risk management at Mercy Corps, saw challenges getting the information quickly enough and trying to solve for siloed communications. Started a risk intelligence company in 2013 that used AI. And then in 2020, fortunately joined with OnSolve. And now, as Sue said, I get to lead a team of analysts who provide a hotline, additional forecasting for our clients. So it's awesome to be here.
Let's get into the good stuff. So, as many of you know, every year we release our Global Risk Insight Report. And it's got even more data points this year than ever before, tens of millions of them. And what we do is we take those data points that are proprietary to us from our customers around the world, and we analyze them through data science, and then we pair them with an industry survey that yields actionable insights. And those surveys cut across business and government, because I know some of you are in you might be in healthcare, you might be in commercial and enterprise, you might be in the government service, and so there'll be a little something for everybody in there. And so we're excited to be here again to share that with you and give it away to you so that you can take it back to your organizations to not only empower your efforts individually and in your teams, but help your organization be more resilient. So in addition to that, on stage, we're going to include a little later a special guest, Michael De Leon from Eaton, who's one of our customers, and so it'll be a really practitioner-focused session. So let's dig in.
Thanks so much, Sue. So look, everyone in this room feels it. We know it in our hearts, our experience, that critical events are becoming more severe. They're becoming more frequent, and it's not isolated to a single industry. It's not about a single function. It's not about a geography. It is rarely one event at a time. And so we're going to start by looking at why the risk landscape has become so complex. So on the screen, you're going to see 3 charts there from left to right. The number of billion-dollar critical events, natural disasters in the United States every year since 1980. In the middle, the amount of just data that we all have to deal with. And on the third, the increasing connections via globalization. So I'll walk through briefly each chart. On the left-hand side, you can see the number of billion-dollar disasters starting in 1980 remains roughly flat through about 2004, 2005, from like 4 to 8 every year. Does anyone remember what was the big event in 2004 that was like, it was a kind of a game-changer event? I heard Katrina, that was 2000, so 2005, that's the right answer for 2005.
No.
Indonesian tsunami was kind of the big, massive event, kind of at a global scale. And then, as you said, Katrina was 2005. What happened there is the rate just really began to pick up. All the way till 2023, we saw $28 billion disasters at massive, massive cost. And you can see the cost line is also continually increasing. So not only the frequency of billion-dollar disasters, but the cost of those is also rising. The middle chart there is increasing data. We talked about this a little bit yesterday. Humans are making more and more data, and now we've got this challenge of like generative AI making like 99% of the internet. So now we got robots contributing to the problem. This makes it harder to find the signals and the noise. There's a lot more hay. There's a lot more needles in the haystack on the left, but there's also a lot more hay. And on the right, when the pandemic happened, you saw that, so if you look at the red line is people and the yellow line is trade, there was a dip in globalization. There was this a question among academics, is like globalization over? But what you see at the end is like, no, it's actually picking back up and those are returning to normal, and that the information connectedness just has continued to go up. And so what that means is we got more assets and more places and more the risk of cascading impacts from, I think I heard a speaker earlier say, it's not just my third parties, it's my fourth and fifth, so my in-party suppliers. We're all kind of more at risk, more exposed, more surface attack like layers and more risks. So, Sue.
It's a lot. That's why we're here. So our report that we're going to give out to you, it comes out in April. It has two main sources. The first is a look at our own proprietary data. And you're talking, I think it started around 14, 15 million data points. We're up to about 50 million now, which also tells you there's a lot of risks and threats going on in the world. It's AI-powered risk intelligence, and it consistently monitors physical threats around the world. And then once that's detected, it identifies the potential impact to our customers and informs our customers. And so that provides them with the early detection as well as hopefully faster resolution. The data scientists analyze the data, and from that come the risks and potential threat trends to each and every one of you in the room and your companies outside the room. And so then the second source we did this time was more qualitative. We added an industry survey, and we commissioned that survey both with kind of executives in the business world as well as in the government world. Because those are kind of two interesting vectors to take a look at, and we'll dig in on that. And so the goal was to achieve a broader perspective, really reflective of you, this audience as practitioners, so that everybody would have something to kind of the lens that you look at every day through your organization. So let's take a look at what we saw. So the breakdown of who we surveyed were executives at large organizations and then all levels of government. And this year, we looked at the market and explored two trends that we're seeing, and I'm curious if you're seeing them as well. First is just the frequency and severity of events. It used to be, a tornado, and now you're getting into, tsunamis, and now you're getting into Israel and Gaza. You're getting into levels of conflict, risk, and threat that we haven't really seen in our lifetime. And then the second is the dynamic nature of it. So we talk about second order or third order. You may have heard it called the ripple effect or the butterfly effect. So think of it as things like a tornado or a hurricane hits, and then now that leads to flooding and power outages. And so, and then you can't get food and supplies. And so next thing you know, you're into this string of incidents inside of an event that you're having to deal with as an organization. And so to get a sense of that, we started asking if anybody has had a physical threat in the last 24 months. And so I'd like to see in the audience, just raise your hand or shout, what percent of organizations that you think had a physical threat in the last 2 years? Anybody have a guess? Only in the last 2 years. 90? Just about everybody. So we weren't surprised when we saw this data, and it's why we're all here. It's why we do what we do as practitioners, right? So to you guys, this is not breaking news, but to your organizations, sometimes with complacency, it can be. And so what we wanted to then see was top physical threats broken out by the two groups. So for executives, on the business side of the house, it was infrastructure and technology failures, cyber threats, and natural disasters. But then in stark contrast, if you switch to the government side, you see crime, cyber threats, and transportation accidents. Now, one of the things to think about is you might think of them as different, but where do your employees live? Well, they live where the government folks are focusing, at home, in communities, where they may have to go into work, or they may have an infrastructure disruption for telephony that prevents them from getting on the internet. So all of these things are completely intertwined. If they can't get supplies during a storm, whatever it is, the power's out, they're not siloed. They're inextricably linked. And so that was these are by far the top threats reported. And then, of course, the cyber threats, I think, is real for all of us. But before we move on, I want to see where you rank in comparison. So if you've got the app, pull up your app for CVent, the DRJ Spring CVent app, and cast a vote and tell me, what physical threats have you experienced in the last 24 months, if any? And we'll see how the poll goes. Extreme weather and natural disaster, yeah, the climate change thing is real, and then infrastructure and technology failures, yeah. So it's consistent, right? That's generally what's happening in our organizations today. So now we know what's happening, but now we need to get into the impact of that. And so what are the impacts of the threats, Chris?
Yeah, I think so. So when we asked executives and federal leaders and SLG leaders, state and local government, from the executive side, we saw that employee safety, supply chain disruption, and employee confidence were the top three in that order. From federal leaders, we saw employee safety, compliance, and agency reputation were the top three. And from state and local government leaders, we saw public or employee safety is tied for one, staffing and utilities is 2 and 3. So about 2 years ago, we started talking about dynamic risk, as you said, Sue, and it's the idea that every risk has a potential to become something else. The protest enables the riot, as you said, the tornado causes the gas main break that then causes the evacuation, those unanticipated impacts. And when we asked the survey respondents how many of your risk had this dynamic component, let's see what we saw. 63% of executives cited unexpected impacts most of the time or always. And the top unanticipated impacts were supply chain disruptions, legal liability, lawsuits, and loss of revenue. And I think this points to the importance of our industry, right? Is like, there are kind of two takeaways here. One is that unanticipated impacts are difficult for anyone, but we might be able to understand patterns, and we're going to get into that in just a minute. And the second is we got to communicate those up to executives so that we have resilience, so that we can, even if they're completely unanticipated, that we can actually respond, that we've got the teams and processes in place.
So naturally, we're curious about how prepared organizations are. I'm sure you are about your own and maybe your peers in your industry. And so we started by asking survey respondents about their risk priorities for this year, 2024. And we found that more than half of executives and federal leaders' top priority is preparing for events that put employee safety or operations at risk. Why is that important? Well, according to the survey, and again, you'll have access to this in the report, more execs are prioritizing preparing for a physical threat crisis than actually attracting talent for your organizations, environmental, ESG, social and governance, and economic concerns, including inflation. So they're spending more time on preparing for physical threat than they are those other areas. Well, that's a business impact right there. So the attention's definitely there. The attention on the issue is there. But when it comes to proactively planning, there's still work to do. We asked about top concerns, specifically in 2024, and whether or not they had a mitigation plan for them. So it's one thing to know you have the potential threat. It's another to be mitigating it and doing something about it. So for executives, the top concerns are on the left: natural disasters, infrastructure and technology, and cyber tech and ransomware. Only 45%, 44 and 43, had plans to be prepared for that. So they know it's out there, yet whether it's competing priorities, complacency, resources, they're not putting in the plans, working with you and your teams to make sure they're ready for that. But in the context of a dynamic risk, it's worth another look at mitigation plans to see if they align with the unexpected cascading things. Civil unrest. Only 18% are thinking about that. In an election year, I don't know about you, but that one would jump up on my list in 24 right now, if any of you are watching the news or social media. And so those are the kinds of things you have to think about because you think it doesn't affect my business. But anything that affects people affects your business. And so those are kind of the opening aperture ideas we have and we want to illuminate for people. And then the data tell us when natural disasters occur, civil unrest can often become a cascading impact from that. People are panicking for gasoline or supplies or medicine or something like that. Now we switch over to the federal leaders. I know there's a number of federal government folks here in the audience. 39%, 35, 33. It's a little bit lower. It's a little more concerning, actually. Not great numbers. But the number really gets concerning when you see that only 24% plan on extreme weather. Now, how could that be? Because we saw that was one of the top risks. We know we have FEMA and other organizations like that. And so it just goes to show you how much you and your organizations are pulled in different directions and why it's so important to keep this as a top priority for leadership, but actually put wood behind the arrow and get those plans in place. And so we know that when you have extreme weather events, it can often cause the infrastructure failures, it can cause transportation accidents and more. And then finally, let's get to our more local government leaders, our emergency management folks in the audience. So your top concerns were crime, extreme weather, and civil unrest, and look at the percentages there. Only 14% for extreme weather, and that's the communities we live in every day. So Chris, what does the data tell us about the gaps in particular? What can organizations in the audience learn from this?
Yeah, Sue, I think that's really compelling. I think when we look at the 20,000 events that we gather every day and we kind of compare that to the data that we saw from how executives are prioritizing or not prioritizing what they ought to be prioritizing, we came up with 3 kind of mini case studies to present to you here today. The first is going to be the cascading impacts from the Hamas attacks. The second is going to be a flood in New York, the cascading impacts there. And the third, and so I'm going to say this a couple of times, please give us grace. We're going to bring up lessons learned from the 2020 presidential election. I think it's important to kind of go into this year with eyes wide open. So let's start with what we saw from the war in Gaza. So as you said, Sue, only 18% of organizations surveyed have a mitigation plan for civil unrest. And just one comment on that, this is what executives thought they had. Maybe a crisis manager or business continuity expert has it, but maybe it's buried in their files and the executive. So we saw that also in COVID, right? Maybe you have it, but maybe they don't know about it. Either way, 18% surveyed said that they have a plan for civil unrest. So let's start there. When the attacks happened on October 7th, Hamas terrorist attacks across the border in Gaza, prior to that, when we looked at the incidents of crime and protests with keywords like anti-Semitic, Jewish, Holocaust, Palestine. So this is any crime. It could be assault. It could be a protest. What we saw in the United States prior to October 7th was that the weekly average was about 50. After October 7th, the spike went immediately up to around 400 events a week. So note a couple things. One is the volume, but also the spike, right? There wasn't a lot of time to prepare. And when we looked at where they occurred, these incidents occurred across North America. Several cities were hotspots, especially New York, LA, Washington. And so business and government leaders need these mitigation plans to reflect not only the ordinary crime that, just a day that ends in Y, right? But also being prepared for these big events that can kind of come in from even, across the ocean. And as we said, when a geopolitical threat emerges, the increase in these events could be very swift and significant. There's not a lot of time to go from 50 to 400 to actually, think of what should our response be. You have to do that in advance. This is why we have tabletops. This is why we come to DRJ. And we have to be able to communicate to our executives, which is why we're going to bring up Michael in a second. Let's take a look at a natural disaster. So 36% of executives are more worried about natural disasters in 2024 than federal or government leaders and emergency managers, but only, again, 55% had a mitigation plan in place or knew that they had a mitigation plan in place. And so this is a weak spot for everyone. Let's go to the next slide. When we looked at the cascading impacts of the New York floods, we saw that over the course of the year, we had 1,395 reports of floods in New York. Mostly occurred in the city and then up and down the Hudson River. But notably, if you look at the cascading impacts, you see power outages. So in December 18, the storm left 500,000 people without power. You saw the structure collapse as a storm in April caused retaining wall to collapse in the Bronx. You saw road accidents like I-81 partially closed in August, and you saw that LaGuardia Airport actually had a terminal closed because of flooding. And then you saw technical disasters. So water main breaks resulted in boil water advisories. And then, so if we click one more time, sometimes the impact happens very quickly, but the cascading impacts go on and on and on. One other impact that we saw with New York is that the way that the US designed our mutual assistance compacts between states was like, hey, you know what? When New York is in trouble, you know who can come to help? Vermont. Does anyone remember what happened in Vermont this year? Vermont also got flooded. And so the very structure of our response mechanisms is really being stretched by the frequency and severity of these events. The mutual aid compacts are suspect. And again, it's if in your tabletop exercises, if you're like, well, this is the point where the heroes come in to rescue us, they may not be there. They may be dealing with massive flooding in New York.
Something else, yeah.
Okay, here's where I need your grace, okay? We're gonna talk about lessons learned from 2020. So despite it being a presidential election year, as you said, Sue, only 15% of executives and 29% of federal leaders noted that they had a civil unrest mitigation plan for this year. Most are unprepared for this. If we look at the lessons learned from 2020, obviously it was a turbulent time. Many of us are aware of the protest and the violence that happened, but notably, there were other spikes, sometimes caused by protests, and I'm going to be careful, not all protests cause these things, but sometimes we just saw them in the data that assaults were higher, shootings were higher, fire was higher, arson was higher, homicides were higher, just like, I'm not a social scientist, I'm cautious to say that, you know, A calls B, but we certainly saw the spikes. And if we go to the next slide, Sue. What we saw is that in November, the protest reports tended to cluster in major cities, and you can see the hot spots. But by the time January rolled around, these protests were like kind of everywhere. They were everywhere. And so this idea that like, oh, that's a problem for over there, or, you know, I don't live in a particular, like, that doesn't kind of work in this year. And then what wasn't there, at least what wasn't there at all in 2020 that we've been talking about a lot at this conference?
COVID.
COVID was there.
It just got there.
AI. Generative AI was not around for the 2020 election. Wherever you sit in the political spectrum, far left, far right, right in the center, think about who wants there to be like misinformation and unrest. China, Russia, like on and on,
State
bad
actors,
guys,
that's right.
people like yes and yes and yes. And how expensive, like we tried to make a point very clear from the stage yesterday, is it expensive to make content? No, it's like the cost of content is now zero, right? So that's true for like people in PR and financial journalism, but it's also true for the bad guys. You don't need a lot of money to spread lots of information very, very, very quickly. If you gave me 5 minutes and I could do it right here on my phone with ChatGPT. Give me a story. Pretend that we're in a, like you can engineer prompt the heck out of it even when it has some safety rules. And there are other generative AIs that don't even have the safety rules. You could create this information. Make it very convincing for Chris Hurst's parents in South Georgia. Make it very convincing for whatever, right? There's a risk. There's a risk. Okay. Sue.
All right, so what do we do? Besides, you know, potentially go take a drink or something. So the fact is, everyone here now knows, if you didn't already, right, you can't avoid risk entirely. You just can't. Your organizations cannot, no matter what kind of organization they are. It's real, it's increasing, it's dynamic with cascading impacts. What has shifted, even from the last time we did this report a year ago, is it's not a matter of if, it's when. But now it's not only how many, it's now how many instead of which one. It's not which risk or threat, it's, well, now how many might get me or my organization? And so it's taken on a new aperture that we all need to consider as practitioners. And so we have to shift from prevention only to rapid discovery and then recovery, right? Find it, mitigate it, get ahead of it, recover from it. And that's moving from risk management. I've heard a lot of you talk about this week, risk management to resilience management, because they are two different things, right? We're here to anchor on resilience. And so that starts with a proactive approach to physical threat mitigation. And the good news on that is that 90% of executives think having a proactive approach to physical threat mitigation to improve resilience is extremely important. So they acknowledge the importance of it. 96% of federal leaders say the same thing. I think everyone agrees. But how do you actually make it a priority in your organization? How do you make it at that top 3 level or top level? How do you drive that shift? Where do you start? And how do you get your organization and executives aligned toward that goal? And so here to help us answer that question is our special guest. And so I will ask you to help me welcome and joining to the stage Michael DeLeon, who's the Director of Communications and Digital Employee Engagement for one of the largest companies in the world, Eaton Corporation. So please welcome Michael.
Thank you. Many of you may not have heard of Eaton. We joke that and say, we're one of the biggest companies you've never heard of. But as you can see, 95,000 employees, 170 countries. Last year we did 23 billion in revenue. Who's Eaton? We manage and facilitate power, whether it's in automobiles, airplanes. If you flew here, probably Eaton parts. In this building, the electrical grid, we're bringing power to things, managing it, and making it smart now with the digitalization that we are all experiencing. So, happy to be here and share our journey that we have been embarking on the last couple of years to get to where we are today.
Thank you. You've been living this reality for quite some time now, actually. And we appreciate you joining us and speaking about your recent experience and your journey to improve Eaton's resilience management.
Michael, you have, when we had dinner last night, I was like, so it's been a couple years, and you were like, no, actually, we actually started this just over a year ago. So you've accomplished an incredible amount. How did you get there?
Wow, so I guess the first thing is, to really have a vision, and then how do you bring that vision to life? So like many of you, you're talking to people, leaders, that this might be one bullet that they're focusing on once a week, once a month. How do you get funding? How do you get alignment? So it was really just creating that ability to go to where they were. So when we were working on this, we had a system in place. We knew it wasn't as innovative or as contemporary as we needed it to be. So who's involved? EHS is involved, supply chain's involved, legal's involved, the C-suite's involved. Everyone has a little piece of the puzzle. Gaining that alignment is, not pushing what we wanted to do, but what isn't being delivered for you. What are your pain points? What are your challenges? How can we help you? And really looking at that broader perspective, that broader brushstroke of that big puzzle, and focusing on the puzzles and those pieces where those functions were, and helping get them on board for what they cared about the most. Because let's be honest, not everyone cares about everything. They care about what's kind of in front of them, and having that ability to bring those teams together under kind of an umbrella.
Awesome, Michael. When we looked at the challenges that Michael's overcome, and we thought about, the phrases of, building executive alignment, I've been hearing it for 10 years. And so thinking through the practicalities of what Michael's accomplished, that's really what's got us here today. We in this room know that risk is very real, but how do you make that very real for executives, decision makers, and then not just the executive team, like resilience lives not inside any one single silo, right? It's across the org. So how do you actually move an org? And that's what we're going to get into today. If we go to the next slide. So can I just ask, like, if I said I've been hearing this since I was a director of risk management in 2012, 2013, like that, everyone said, like, if you ask ChatGPT, what's the first step? Building executive life. This is so obvious. So, Michael, how did you make this concrete?
So the first thing was to show the current situation. And I know you've probably heard it through other sessions, is it's not me telling the story, it's using the data to tell the story for me. So we looked at all the sites that we knew they had a more innovative approach, a system, a tool, a solution, and did our research to find out what were they paying for each of those. And then made that connection of, okay, so I'll throw a number out there. 100 sites are paying X number of dollars for their own solutions that are not standardized, they're doing their own thing, they're learning themselves, they're troubleshooting, they're problem solving. So that's also reducing the productivity that they could be from a more structured, aligned piece. And sometimes it's looking at the dollars. So looking at how much that spend is happening across our organization for a decentralized kind of one-off solution, and then even taking it a step further and saying, here's what we want to do. We have 94,000 employees. Here's the cost per person. Less than a cup of coffee. That's what it's really going to cost to keep our employees safe. And then listed all of those improvements of data security, privacy, kind of all the things that we know need to be part of programs that the functions we're doing in their own silos. So again, bringing those silos together, but helping, you might have one vision, but it's the collection of the team that makes something great. And that's really what it was just aligning people that were doing amazing work, that were trying to do the right thing, and kind of steering them in the direction together that would benefit everyone. We also looked at what was most important to those executives. So it wasn't the speech that we give to everyone the same way. It was, again, knowing your audience, what do they care about most, asking a lot of questions to find out where those pain points were, and then showing the possibilities, kind of what's the art of the possible. We're currently kind of approaching this in a linear approach. Well, now with what we want to bring on, we can now do this and try this. And I think the session before was spot on about the differences in demographics, because that was another aspect of this, and something that we took very seriously was this isn't just a keep our old process, drop some really great solution in there, and expect it to be better. It was an opportunity to kind of reinvent, rethink, improve, and then also look at the digital transformation needs, because this is a new way to approach this sort of solution. And that digital literacy that, again, runs the gamut of, I just want to pick up a phone and call someone, to give it to me on my phone in real time so I can quickly respond, align, and then move on with my day to whatever I need to do. So it was a lot of, it wasn't kind of one thing, but having your eye on the goal, and then maneuvering and adapting to the audiences that you need to be on your side, and that was done in very different ways.
Michael, it's great. I mean, just some data. You've implemented this for somewhere around 90-something thousand employees. You have 1,700 administrators, nearly 400 sites. So Michael's ability to execute change, not just at the executive level, but across the organization, is really kind of unique. I think there's a couple real tools and frameworks that we can share with you that we shared with Michael as he was implementing this. The first one is what we call a value framework. And so if we can go to the next slide. The slide title here says Accelerate Discovery to Accelerate Recovery. And Michael and I, we use this together as we were kind of showing the financial value of continuity, and we're sharing it with you here today. I think you can write us if you need help with this. We can help you prepare this. But the y-axis is business impact. And so harm gets worse as you go up the y-axis. So you see loss of revenue, employee safety gets worse, liability gets worse, and the x-axis is time. And so when we start out at the beginning on the left-hand side of the chart, you see business as usual. And you're just trucking along, and then some incident or threat happens. We can talk about the nomenclature later. An incident happens. And maybe that's a fire that begins to spread, or there's an active shoot, or there's a malware attack, right? So whatever the incident is, it begins to cause more and more and more harm as time goes on. This organization has discovered this at time A, right? So they've discovered it. And does the solution resolve? No, because we have to do stuff. We have to respond. We have to do all the things we talk about in our business continuity plan. So the problem continues to get worse as we're putting our response team together and responding kind of through manual processes. And I just asked the audience, how can we help this organization improve our recovery and reduce our harm? Any ideas? You can automate. So you can add automation and response. Excellent. We'll hit that. Anything else? So catch the way I said that. We can automate our response. We can also speed discovery to the left. And so if we go to the next here, if you can discover that you have a problem, that you have a protest, which we'll get to, that you have people in Israel, which we'll get to, you can actually reduce the harm. And then if you can, and what you see in dark green there is kind of automate. If you can get messages out to lots of people quickly rather than phone trees, if you can automate the connection to the IMT, incident management team, so you can get them on the call faster. All of this is about RTOs, but executives don't speak the language of RTOs, right? They see that this helps them see that overall, if we go one more click, our recovery is much faster, and we should have labeled it on the slide. The harm from the green is now much less, right? It's half as much. So this simple framework is a great way to explain to executives, just set up the reason we're here today is we want to reduce the impact of these types of harms that we've seen to our organization. Start with your own data. Let's go to the next slide.
So Michael, what impact did the framework have at Eden?
This helped really visualize that, kind of change the mindset of a very reactive culture to a proactive culture. And again, using data and trying to stay away from, data analysis, creating paralysis, transparency. So doing simple things like, okay, we have X number of sites. Let's just divide that by our total revenue. This is what the rough cost, and being transparent. This isn't exact. Every site is not created equal, but for the purpose of the story, it's if this site is down for a day, this is the cost. If this site is down for 6 hours, this is the cost. So now it's real. Now there's a financial connection to why we need to know early, so we can not just wait for it to know about it, react, respond, and get to that resolution as fast as possible. It brings it to life. And something that, as a communicator, I know that stories will resonate with people. So we had the data, but we told everything in real world stories, real world examples. So it made sense. We didn't use any of the acronyms because, as Chris said, not all the executives that are the decision makers know all the acronyms, can get into the weeds. So we made it, understandable, story-based, but with real data pushing all of the discoveries and these details that we shared.
Michael, I'm sensing a couple themes here. One is the importance of value. The second is shaping the way that we talk to the executives and where they're at, what they think about, what their business goals are. And it reminds me of a framework. If we go to the next slide here. This is a framework from two Harvard professors. It's Ron Heifetz and Marty Linsky. They produced this about 20 years ago in a book called Leadership on the Line. this framework is incredibly helpful for any leader trying to get organizational change. And because resilience lives outside of any one silo, it is particularly useful for our industry. And Michael, you implemented this exceptionally well. So I'm going to introduce the framework. I'll introduce how it applies to organizations, and Michael, I'll turn it back to you to talk about how you did this. So here's the framework. These professors recognize that organizations face two types of challenges. One is a technical challenge, and that's like getting the right answer. The second is an adaptive challenge, and that's like how do you shape the organization to actually implement and do the right thing, right? So one is what is the right thing to do? The second is how does an organization with all its bits and components like change to get the right thing done? A classic example from this framework is of a patient who comes to the doctor, and the patient says, "Doctor, I have gangrene on my arm." And think of this phenomenal surgeon. Says, "Got it, I know the right answer." Puts the patient to sleep, amputates the arm. Anything missing from that? It's perfect surgery, perfect answer, perfect removal of the arm. No, there's this thing called you gotta walk the patient along. Like you have to, the way that you talk to the patient, the way you talk to their family, your life is going to be different. It's going to be better. You're going to live. You're going to survive. You got to tell the story. You've got to bring them along the journey. And so, if you think of any of us in whatever our roles are, have a formal scope of authority. I'm a VP of Global Risk and Intelligence Services. I have a formal scope of authority to hire analysts and provide services to our industry. That's my formal scope. But if we click one slide, or one click, resilience is, as we said, it's outside of our formal scope. And if it was in my formal scope, it wouldn't be an adaptive challenge. Why? Because I could just be like, Nick, go do resilience, right? I could execute it by fiat. I could tell people to do the thing, but it's outside of my formal authority. So I have to build informal authority within my organization to get something done. And if we go to the next slide, you take those same circles of formal authority. Now, so you've got HR with their formal authority for human resources and supply chain, for the formal authority for supply chain, facilities for their business units and risk management. Resilience lives across all of us and all of those organizations. Think about, and actually let's click one more time here, Sue. These are some tips on how to increase your adaptive leadership. The first, and then Michael, I'll go to you. The first is to get on the balcony. And if you heard the way Michael talk about the perspectives of different functions, HR thinks like this, and not just HR, but like Bill in HR like hates data, or loves narratives, or loves PowerPoint, hates PowerPoint, needs a one sheet, needs an Excel file. Like getting on the balcony to see kind of where people are at, what their personalities are like, who they're influenced by. That's the idea is like we're all on this dance floor together, and so you get on the balcony and to kind of see who's dancing with whom and how do they dance, how do they like to dance. That's the on the balcony tip. The second recommendation is to identify where does the adaptive challenge lie. Maybe it's mostly in HR, maybe it's mostly in IT, right? What needs to change, and who do we need to build as stakeholders to get that problem solved. The third is strengthen your relationships. Resilience is a team sport. We say that, and because teams are about relationships, this adaptive leadership is about building relationships. Fourth, you want to score early wins, and fifth, you want to set small pieces of your idea or sell small pieces of your idea so that you can crawl, walk, and run. Michael has a phenomenal reputation, but someone in supply chain may not have worked with Michael, may not know that. So, Michael, how did you use the framework, and how did you build momentum within the organization?
So I couldn't agree more with the steps, and all of these functions are part of the puzzle, and we needed all of them to help us get to where we wanted to be from a end result, but also from a data perspective, because we know HR has key data we need. Supply chain, they have their own systems and processes, but and we didn't want to create something that was duplicative in any way. So how do we align with them better? facilities, IT, and all of these groups in our role for digital communications and technology, we work with all of these groups individually, and a lot of these groups may not work with each other on a regular basis. So we had a unique perspective of, we know all the right stakeholders, so we could go into these different businesses or functions rather, and I wouldn't say sell them on it, but share them with what we wanted to achieve and the benefits it would bring to them. And that's exactly what we did. I mean, we put in the work. We were going to regional, business, global meetings for HR, same for supply chain, same for the risks team, the security team, the business teams, connecting all the right leaders and getting alignment and most importantly getting data, because we needed data first. Because like I said before, we wanted data to tell our story. We didn't want it to be, this is what we think. So we actually we aligned on all the data sources we needed to start. And we created a dashboard with that data to show the adoption percentage, categorized. We looked at the last 3 years of all of our risk and business impact events, categorized them, showed them in a very easy visual way of, here's what we're seeing, here's the benefits that you're gonna see, and then here's what we wanna do to get everyone on board. And it was a great opportunity to help lead that discussion in the ways that they wanted to see it visually, and not just spreadsheets, to really help them understand the crawl, and then what the vision, what the walk was, and what the run was. So again, taking them on the journey, but all the journeys weren't exactly the same, but they were all leading to the same place.
Michael, if we go to the next slide, yeah, it's good. So step one, executive alignment. Hopefully we gave you some good tools there with value framework. Step two, building the momentum within the organization. We gave you some tools there with getting on the balcony, see the organization. So now we're at the point where you've got the organization generally aligned, it's moving, leaders have said, Michael, go make this happen, the organization is adapting. And one of the ways you did this, going back to the kind of crawl, walk, run, is to use pilots. So how did you pilot to scale?
It's a great question, and it's it's not a one-size-fits-all for us, and it probably won't be for everyone in this room. But it was what was the kind of what needed to be done first as like a dependency for us to take that next step, and there were lots of first steps to get to where we needed to get to. So we did run pilots, we did run surveys, user groups. We some pieces were focused on the foundational team that we needed to get on board to help bring this to life. So there was a lot of different foundational things that had to happen. Get the dashboard as well that I referenced before. That helped almost create a competition with our sites around the world, and to be able to go to a HR meeting and see that the adoption for these specific sites under this business isn't where we want it to be. So then the competitive nature of our executives, we instantly got that support of that executives. Why are we losing to Bob's team? Because Bob's doing better than we are. Another team, why is Stan beating Phil's team? So it was almost like we got this. It was an unintended, almost like gamification to get everyone wanted to be the first to be 100% active, up and running, trained, and supported. And of course, there were things that we put in place, trainings, learning tools, and knowing that the diversity of our audience, that we needed to rely on that. As Chris said, we have 1,700 trained first responders that initiate that first step when something happens at a site. How do we get them ready with their different learning styles? So there were live trainings, there was on-demand trainings, and all of this, it sounds like a lot of work, but we use technology to do it. So whether it was text to voice tool that we have, or global QR codes that recognize what language you speak and then gives you the information in that language. We created that. We use technology to help do the work for us. We reviewed it, we aligned it, and we executed it. And it was kind of that garden that we were growing and watering all the different plants and giving them the food, nutrients, sunlight, everything that they needed in the way they needed it, at the same time letting them also self-serve.
Awesome. Michael, you mentioned something in the preparation called ADCAR, and I have to admit I'd never heard of ADCAR as a model. What is ADCAR?
So ADCAR is really a behavior change model, because that's exactly what we were doing. We were trying to change the behavior of our audience, and the first three, awareness, desire, knowledge, ADK, and then action, and then reinforcement. First three is kind of like that level setting, creating that desire to why we need to do this. So making them aware of the problem, making them want to make that change, giving them the knowledge to do it, and then activating them of how to do it, and then reinforcing. And I wish it was like ADCAR, because the R, that reinforcement is never ending. It's constant reinforcement because people are changing roles, new people are coming to the organization. With technology, it never stops evolving. So we're adding more functionality, more capabilities. Like I said, we were solving for a very linear process, and very quickly we saw, and it wasn't us, it was people telling us from the sites and the functions, well, what about this, and what about this, and what about this? We saw this spider web of capabilities, so using the same solution to do a number of things. So now that acceptance, that usage, that knowledge is continually growing, because they're not just using it for that one thing that might happen, hopefully, no more than once a year, but now they're using it for things that are happening every week, every month, even things that the global team doesn't need to know about. They're using the tool at a site level now to quickly mobilize, react, track, and manage site-specific emergencies and situations. So yeah, ADCAR, again, great way to think about the steps, and it gives you kind of a direction of what you need to do to get to where you need to get to.
Awesome.
All right, so you put in the work, and these are great ideas to take away, but you've been talking about technology, and that's important, but any solution, and I think the gentleman over here said earlier about automation, is only as good as the people on the team. So you start with the people in process, right, and then you automate it. You created that team, you built that team.
Yeah, absolutely. It is definitely a team sport, as we all know. Having a vision only gets you so far. It's the strength of the team. The sum of the parts are, that's what makes it what it is. And it was, I don't have a very big team. I have a team of about 7, 8 people, but this is not, the only thing we do. We have a lot of different systems, a lot of different tools, which is also a benefit, because then we can see the connections there and how we align to it. But it was going to the others and reaching out to someone in corporate marketing who's a data scientist, helping us with the data, reaching out to subject matter experts that we were already working with, but going kind of a step lower, and the people that are in the field, in the weeds, and building that team to really help make what we were creating something that was useful for everyone. And even last week doing a quarterly business review, we show kind of what we've done, and we have functions. Oh, well, we want to work with you on this, and now, oh, we want to work with you on this, and we should connect on this, because they see, not everyone can see the art of the possible, and when you bring it to life for them, it makes that connection, and then they see what you're doing and where you're going, and it helps them make that quick connection of how this now applies to them.
Just if Michael had gone to a VP of real estate, or one of the other people on the QBR at the very beginning and said, "Hi, I'm Michael, I want to do this thing," can you do this thing? That's sort of in the back, but once he's built the momentum, right? So he's got the he's got wins in place, and that's one of the tips for the adaptive framework. Get the wins in place, and now other people are coming. That crawl walk run was super successful. All right, so Michael, here we are, step 3. You've built organizational momentum. How do you actually manage this? And I'll just say, your use of data with the Power BI dashboards is really incredible. How do you do that?
Yeah, it was, again, everything kind of builds on each other. So, getting that data from the start. And when we started, I had myself and one other person focusing on this because we had other priorities. So it was not trying to, where we are today is not where we were a year ago. So, our dashboard was very basic a year ago, showing, what do we need to show to get to that next step. Our training tools, a SharePoint-based training tool that we can manage, that we can build, the content, those are all things that we built, and we didn't need to make it perfect. I think that was one of the things that, I think a lot of us in Eaton, we're manufacturing. It has to be perfect. We cannot send anything else out that's not perfect, and there's a reason for that. But with this, we didn't want good to be, the enemy. Is it good? Is it going to help us get to where we need to get to? Because we know we're going to improve on it. So we did that. We constantly improved and constantly added more. And the data revealed, oh, we need, we're missing this piece. Oh, we're missing this piece. And we go out and find that data, and then we would bring it together. So again, it was just not being afraid to fail quickly, learn, move forward, and just continue to evolve.
Oof. So Michael, we've got 4 minutes left, and thank you for sharing this. I want to shift focus. I'm hearing a lot of work, and I want to kind of transition into the wins. So I know we did some work with you during the Gaza attacks and after. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, it was something that we were prepared for, and we wouldn't have been a year ago, where we could quickly mobilize the local, regional, and global teams in a couple different ways. We were able to set up daily alerts so our employees could check in and let us know they were safe. If they were not safe, they could also indicate that, and then that would cascade other teams' alerts to take action. We were able to monitor airports, power facilities, our offices, regions where we know employees were, to be proactive and know before we needed to hear it from someone on the ground of what was happening. So we were getting updates constantly. It was, really helping us to be proactive and prepared and not just wait to react.
So we shared some data on flooding earlier in the presentation. We're entering spring here in the United States, so it's flooding season. And I think you've got a flooding story too, is that right?
Yeah, India, same thing. We were able to know in advance, prepare, notify employees. Other sites then could be resourced, and they can up their production needs. Same thing with going back to the situation and something you mentioned about the globalization of incidents with the challenge in Israel and that conflict. That had a ripple effect around the world for some of our sites. And we're still dealing with that today. But because of the structure we put in place and that foundation, we can quickly respond. And we got alert while we were sitting here, and 30 minutes later, it came in, everyone responded, everyone's set, done, everyone knows what to do, and we can move forward. So I mean, just the speed and the connectivity and the alignment. I was sitting in the audience and I knew exactly what was going on, team was responding, and situation is taken care of. And that's not where we were a year ago. That's where we are today. And that's not where we're going to be in a year from now, because we will continue to build, grow, evolve as technology improves.
Michael, I just want to, we're coming up here right at the end. I just want to thank you, the partnership, the ideas that you bring to the product team. They're not always like super easy things to do, but we're always grateful, and I think with our partnership, we're moving in the right direction. And so I just want to thank you for coming on stage and sharing today.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. If you have questions, please, connect with me. Happy to talk through how we did this and any guidance or ideas I can share. Happy to help out any way I can.
Thank you. So if you're interested in receiving a copy of the 2024 Global Risk Impact Report, when it's released in just a few weeks in April, just scan the QR code right there on screen right now. And, or you can visit us at our booth to pre-register. When it comes out, we'll automatically email it to you. That's it, very simple. And again, I want to give a special thank you to Michael DeLeon from Eaton for joining us today and sharing his insights. Chris, as always, it's great. We'd love to talk to you more about this. Stop by our booth over here at the exhibit hall, or just reach out to any of us directly on screen. We put our contact information up there for you. Thanks for attending. And in 25 seconds, you're on time for lunch. So enjoy the rest of your show. Thanks so much.
Thanks again, Chris, Michael, and Sue. We are also thank you OnSell for being our platinum sponsor. Now, don't forget again to do the survey that's within the mobile app. Lunch is now until 1:30 in the exhibit hall. If you want to exit in the back just to get there easier. This afternoon we have breakout sessions from 1:30 to 2:30, and then we have workshops that run from 3 to 5. Today is the exhibit hall closes today at 3 p.m., so make sure you get registered for those lovely prizes. Again, and there's a drawing that will be held at 2:30, so make sure you get into the drawing. To get into the drawing, you got to get your badge scanned. Again, visit the DRJ booth to see the list of winners. And with that, thank you for another beautiful morning, day, and enjoy your afternoon.